Chapter 214. Time could not be let down, time could not be controlled. It existed everywhere, yet no life form could touch it. When the leaves of the green trees outside fell to the ground and new buds grew out, a year had already passed. Immortal Eclipse Valley was still the #1 sect of the Southern Empire. Their conflict with the demonic path didn't affect their status at all. Every day, a massive amount of alchemy materials were constantly sent into Immortal Eclipse Valley. Most of them were successfully refined and then sold through Immortal Eclipse Valley's channels. But there were also some that failed and were sent to the pill disposal department. Everyone knew that a useless pill was an extremely frightening thing. Only through professional decomposition methods could it be completely destroyed and prevented from harming the world. However, what left the cultivators of Immortal Eclipse Valley especially puzzled was how Junior Granduncle Cheen had managed to survive in an environment filled with waste pills. Although this wasn't the first time, they were still incomparably surprised. Many people wanted to know just what Junior Granduncle Cheen was doing inside. But as long as they thought this and put it into practice, they would soon keep their mouths shut. No matter how many times others asked them, they wouldn't say a single word. Gradually, even though no one said it out loud, everyone became aware that Junior Granduncle Cheen and the pill disposal department were a new taboo within the valley. But while this could suppress the cultivators of Immortal Eclipse Valley from trying to investigate, it couldn't eliminate the curiosity in their hearts. Instead, as time passed, this curiosity became increasingly intense. Some people said that Junior Granduncle Cheen was cultivating some supernatural power and needed to borrow the power of pill toxins. Because it was extremely dangerous and he couldn't be disturbed, he refused to investigate. Others said that Junior Granduncle Cheen was tempering his body, using pill toxins to transform his body into a 10,000 poison body so that he could be immune to all poisons in the world. This was a funny story and very few people believed it. But it was the only one that was slightly close to the truth. After all, the little blue lamp expelled pill toxins and compressed them into his fingers. This could barely be considered cultivating a poison body. Of course, if they knew that Cheen Yu, who had been guessed countless times, was actually using waste pills as materials to refine pills, their jaws would drop open. Ever since the fleeting flame furnace was placed in the 8th furnace station, he hadn't taken it back. Now, he was using one of his cheap senior apprentice brother's treasures, and the effects were acceptable. Cheen Yu had always paid attention to cultivating his own alchemy skills. Although he couldn't be considered a great alchemist, his strength wasn't bad. Moreover, he only needed to guarantee that the pill would take shape. He didn't have any requirements for the quality, and the refining efficiency and success rate were both decent. It was enough for his cultivation needs as well as to satisfy Gu Ling Er's needs. Strengthening star pills, magic power enhancing pills, and blood energy pills that nourished the mortal body. These 3 types of pills made up the majority of what Cheen Yu refined. He lifted a hand and the pill furnace opened with a loud bang. 13 star pills howled out. Cheen Yu flicked his sleeves and placed them into a jade bottle. After resting for a while, Zhang Xian took out the materials and continued forging. The pill concoction this time had already lasted for 5 days. A large number of pills were placed in jade bottles, densely packed on the ground. This was because he was preparing to attack the nascent soul realm, and he would inevitably consume a great deal of pills. Only by making sufficient preparations could he avoid the embarrassing situation of having no pills to swallow. Of course, Cheen Yu was well aware that it was impossible for him to successfully make a breakthrough. First, he had a clear understanding of his own talent, and second, it was because of the demon body. Yu Qi had clearly told him that the demon body possessed an extremely tyrannical attribute. It didn't allow magic power to surpass its strength. Thus, if he wanted to reach nascent soul, he would need to find demon blood that could help the demon body advance. This wasn't easy. Perhaps Yu Qi could provide some help, but after they parted ways in the land of sealed demons, She had vanished without a trace, and no one knew where she went. Let's not talk about this for now. At the very least, it seemed that failing to break into nascent soul also had its advantages. This was the experience that Qin Yu obtained after failing to break into golden core in the past, purifying his magic power. Every time he failed to make a breakthrough, his magic power would experience a qualitative leap. Although the increase wasn't too great, he couldn't do it too many times. Just thinking about it, if he failed 10 or 20 times in a row, the quality of Qin Yu's magic power would inevitably reach an astonishing degree. This could be called a blessing in misfortune, a blessing in tragedy. Of course, the only person who had the qualifications to obtain such a blessing was Qin Yu for the time being. Another 5 days passed. Qin Yu opened his eyes. He lifted a bottle of pills and swallowed them down. Star pills, blood energy pills, all sorts of pills. In any case, there was no chance for him to make a breakthrough, so eating all of them wouldn't affect him. With pills in his life, there was no need to explain how heroic and valiant he was. Of course, Qin Yu wouldn't admit that there was a trace of anticipation in his heart. If he tried to break into nascent soul through his soul, magic power, and mortal body, what if he could? Even if the chances were slim to none, as long as he could try it, he would try it. Within his Dantian Sea, atop the great Tao base, white, black, blue, red, and yellow golden cores erupted with dazzling light. The 5 colors wildly circulated, transforming into a dazzling ring of light that gathered all 5 colors together. Bang! A powerful aura broke out from his body. His black robes fluttered in the wind and the 5 elemental magic power within his body tumbled like a tide. Every time it rose and fell, it emitted heaven-shaking rumbling sounds. It was like there were several great rivers hidden within his body. Chao Han's expression was silent, just like he had been these past years. He had calmly and solemnly guarded the pill disposal department. But at this time, those familiar with him could see that Chao Han was absent-minded. This was an extremely rare occurrence for him. With a sufficiently strong will, he was able to control his emotions. It was just that Junior Uncle Qin hadn't come out for a long time. In truth, it hadn't been too long. It had only been a week longer than usual. But Junior Uncle Qin had always been a very disciplined person. Every month he would come out to boil tea and drink it. Then, he would quietly go to the little bamboo grove. That was his entire day. Suddenly, several noises entered his ears. Chao Han looked up, a bit of coldness in his eyes. He could clearly hear that someone was coming in. Did they not know that the pill disposal department had become a forbidden land? Or were there some people who couldn't hold themselves back and wanted to stir up some trouble? However, what was unexpected was that the one who came was a young girl. Her small face was filled with nervousness. "I know I shouldn't have come, but I'm worried. Big Brother Qin hasn't been here for over a week. Could you please tell me where he is right now?" Chao Han was startled and instantly understood who this person was. He stepped forwards and said, "How insolent! Don't be rude to Miss Gu Ling." He squeezed out a bit and revealed a stiff smile. He cupped his hands together and said, "Miss Ling how do you do? My name is Chao Han and I am responsible for guarding the pill disposal department." Gu Ling respectfully bowed. "Greetings, Senior Chao. I have heard Big Brother Qin you mention you before. Do you know where he has gone?" Chao Han said, "Junior Uncle hasn't come out yet. He should have been delayed by something. Miss Ling should also know that there are always unexpected situations when cultivators cultivate. Please rest assured." Gu Ling nodded. But there was clearly a bit more worry in her eyes. She actually hoped that Big Brother Qin you had already come out and just hadn't gone to see her. After all, this was the pill disposal department. Ever since she learned that Big Brother Qin you was in seclusion here, she had deliberately inquired about it and knew how dangerous and terrifying it was. Big Brother Qin Yu? He didn't come out. Could it be that something happened to him? As this thought appeared, It was like a great invisible hand grasped Gu Ling-er's heart, causing her face to pale. After hesitating again and again, she bowed. Senior Chow, I know that it is presumptuous of me to say this, but I hope that you can agree to let me go in and take a look. I am worried that something has happened to Big Brother Qin Yu. Chow Han's heart warmed. He thought that it was no wonder junior uncle valued his little sister so highly. The feelings between them were truly deep. But he revealed an awkward expression. Miss Ling-er, although I know that junior uncle wouldn't refuse to let you enter, the pill disposal department is not like other places. It is far too dangerous, so I cannot let you in. Gu Ling-er gripped her fist. But I. She lowered her head for several breaths of time. Then, she flashed a token. Chow Han's complexion changed. He bowed and said, Chow Han greets the elder. In Immortal Eclipse Valley, elders were all golden cores, but golden cores weren't necessarily elders. Although their cultivations were at the same boundary, their statuses differed greatly. Gu Ling-er was a bit nervous. I apologize, Senior Chow. But I order you to open the entrance to the pill disposal department. Chow Han frowned. With the status of an elder, he had the qualifications to enter the pill disposal department. But if something were to happen to Gu Ling-er because of this, junior uncle might not listen to his explanations. As he was in a dilemma, his complexion changed. He looked up into the skies. At the same time, all the golden core and above cultivators in Immortal Eclipse Valley revealed shocked expressions as they looked up into the skies. Faint traces of black clouds gushed out from nothingness. As they wove together, the clear and bright skies began to darken and obscure. This was heavenly tribulation? Every cultivator that reached Golden Core had experienced the baptism of pill tribulation before, so they were more sensitive to its aura. The black clouds in front of them emitted an invisible pressure. This was the aura of heavenly tribulation, but why wasn't there any thunder? It wasn't just thunder, but there was also no other sound. If it weren't for the pressure that fell down, it would have seemed like an illusion. The invisible pressure filled the air, becoming increasingly strong. Gradually, it was like a great stone was pressing down on their chests, making it difficult to breathe. Then, the eyes of the Golden Core cultivators began to change, revealing looks of envy and awe. The only thing that could make them feel this way was nascent soul, heavenly tribulation. Someone in the valley was about to break into nascent soul. But who was the one breaking through? Why hadn't they heard any news of this before? Could it be that there were still people who didn't make any preparations before crossing tribulation? Did they want to commit suicide? There was no need to think about it. They needed to hurry over and take a look. Nascent soul heavenly tribulation wasn't common, and for them to feel it ahead of time was a rare experience that would be greatly beneficial to them when crossing tribulation in the future. Whoosh, whoosh, figures shot up into the skies, flying towards the heavenly tribulation. When the golden cores arrived, they discovered that the people in the valley had arrived even earlier than them. Jiangli, Daoist Wang, Eclipse Lenqing, and Eclipse Wuji, the four great nascent souls, had gathered together. Everyone bowed and respectfully stood to the side. Some people looked up and saw where the tribulation clouds had locked onto. Their complexions immediately changed, and they had strange looks in their eyes. This is the pill disposal department. Chow Han was here, and with his cultivation, it was impossible for him to summon heavenly tribulation. Then, who was it? This thought drilled into the minds of countless people. Then, in the next moment, they all thought of a name: Junior Uncle Qin. Everyone knew that their junior uncle was currently in seclusion at the pill disposal department. Besides him, who else could it be? They actually believed that their junior uncle's personality had changed. They were simply too young and inexperienced. One didn't even need to think about it to know that such a troublesome person like him, how could he possibly be so quiet after returning to Immortal Eclipse Valley? So he had been holding back his ultimate move. Chapter 215. Wasn't it said that Junior Uncle had reached nascent soul a long time ago? How could he be crossing tribulation now? Or, had he made another breakthrough? Countless people were frightened. They comforted themselves and told themselves not to think of all these random things. This was absolutely impossible. Taoist Wang frowned. He turned and said, "This heavenly tribulation is a bit strange." Jiangli had a light expression. "Something is wrong." Eclipse Lenqing and Eclipse Wuji didn't have a good relationship with Qin Yu. When they heard that he had reached nascent soul, they had been dealt a heavy blow. But as they saw this today, they were secretly delighted and gratified, but they were also puzzled. This aura is undoubtedly nascent soul heavenly tribulation, but it isn't complete. Eclipse Wuji slowly said, "It seems as if it only has a part of the attributes of heavenly tribulation." Taoist Wang clapped his hands. "That's right, that's exactly what I mean." He looked up at the black clouds and mumbled, "This brat, he's too good at stirring things up. How come everything becomes abnormal when it comes to him?" Gu Ling stood in the crowd. She was a bit happy that her big brother Qin Yu was fine right now. But as she looked at the gathering black clouds, she couldn't help but worry that something would happen to him under the heavenly tribulation. As if feeling the young girl's worry, the tribulation clouds in the skies began to dissipate without warning. The speed was extremely fast, and after several breaths of time, they completely vanished from sight. This time, everyone, including the 4 nascent soul cultivators, were dumbfounded. They had only ever heard of heavenly tribulation descending, but they had never seen heavenly tribulation appear and then vanish. Please, this was crossing tribulation, a very solemn and sacred matter. To cultivators, this was a test of life and death. How come it felt as if it were some sort of child's play? Since when could heavenly tribulation be played around like this? Eclipse Lenqing and Eclipse Wuji were left speechless. As for Taoist Wang and Jiangli, they revealed a thoughtful look. They knew that Qin Yu had swallowed heavenly tribulation, so it didn't seem strange at all for him to cause such a scene. The heavenly tribulation was gone. The golden cores glanced at each other in dismay. They sighed inwardly, thinking that Junior Uncle Qin Yu was truly extraordinary. But at the same time, they were also helpless at his anticlimactic actions. They thought that Junior Uncle had been too involved this time. Jiangli swept his gaze over them and said indifferently, "All right, since there's nothing else, you can all disperse." The Jindan stage cultivators thought to themselves, "How could he be fine? We're really curious." However, they only thought about it in their hearts. No one dared to say it out loud, so they bowed and retreated. Eclipse Lenqing frowned. His intuition told him that Jiangli and Taoist Wang definitely knew something. He thought for a moment and said, "Do you two know what is going on?" Taoist Wang laughed. "Eclipse Lenqing, you must be joking. We're all standing here, so who knows what happened? If you're curious, wait for Qin Yu to come out and ask him." Eclipse Lenqing's complexion sank. Although he had given up all thoughts of dealing with Qin Yu, it was impossible for him to speak on his own initiative. He coldly snorted and walked away. Taoist Wang curled his lips. "What kind of person is this? I gave him an idea and he doesn't appreciate it, but he even has such a scowl on his face. It's not like I owe you anything." Zhao Wuji revealed a helpless expression. He cupped his hands and left. "Hey, they've all left. Should we go in and take a look?" Taoist Wang winked. "Cough cough, don't look at me like that. I'm not curious, I just want to make sure that Qin Yu is all right." Jiangli thought for a moment and nodded. "Then let's take a look." Gu Ling bit her lips. "Seniors, can you bring me along?" Jiangli frowned. "Stay close to me lest you be infected by pill toxins." Facing Jiangli and Taoist Wang, Chao Han naturally didn't dare to stop them. He respectfully bowed and drew to the side. Gu Ling was a bit nervous. She followed behind Jiangli and stepped into the pill disposal department. The scene in front of her changed. It was a barren and deathly silent scene. A faint sword intent spread out, wrapping around her. All of the pill toxins that approached were twisted and erased. Cough cough, you're here. Qin Yu sat down on a rock, his face pale. Gu Ling revealed a warm smile. How come you also came in? It's too dangerous. Gu Ling looked at the corners of his lips. There was still some blood that hadn't been wiped clean. Her eyes reddened and she covered her mouth. Big brother Qin Yu, what happened to you? Qin Yu smiled. I'm fine. I just had a little accident when I was cultivating. Don't cry, don't cry. My body is very good and this little wound will soon heal. Jiangli looked at him deeply, shaking in the depths of his eyes. It was clear he had realized something. He said, While you are recovering, let's leave this place first. Qin Yu didn't refuse. Okay. He wiped away Gu Ling's tears. Let's go. Why are you still crying? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Gu Ling squeezed out a smile and reached out a hand to support him. Qin Yu smiled and let her be. It was good to be able to feel more at ease. Chao Han hurried over to greet him. He was clearly shaken by the news of his junior uncle's injuries. Without further delay, after sending him away, the group returned to the small bamboo grove. The environment here was quiet and secluded. It was a good place to rest. After saying some words and finding an excuse to eat porridge, Qin Yu sent Gu Ling away. Then, he leaned back on the bed. If you want to ask, then ask. It looks like you're having a hard time holding it in. Taoist Wang impatiently asked, You haven't broken into nascent soul? Qin Yu nodded. This straightforwardness caused his eyes to widen and the corners of his lips to twitch. His expression became increasingly strange. In Snowfall City, they had seen Qin Yu fight with their own eyes. If he was able to directly confront Lu Ji, then at least he had the strength of a middle nascent soul. But now, he was saying that he hadn't crossed tribulation to break into nascent soul. If this were a joke, then it would be fine, but the key point was that this was the truth. Jiang Li's eyes shined. Is it the 5-element sword diagram? Since he had already admitted it, there was no point in hiding it. Qin Yu nodded again. Of course, he didn't say the specifics. The two of them had their own sense of propriety. Although they were curious and didn't ask too much, what they knew was enough to shock them. At the Golden Core realm, he was able to contend with a middle nascent soul. They didn't doubt that Qin Yu had the strength to break into nascent soul. At that time, just how fierce would he be? Looking at the entire world, perhaps only super powerhouses like the Valley Master or the Demon Monarch would be able to barely contend with him. Thinking about it further, once Qin Yu's cultivation reached the middle nascent soul realm or even the late nascent soul realm, just who in this vast world would be his match? This brat, just thinking about it was terrifying. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. In this world, where there is gain, there is loss. The difficulty for me to break into nascent soul is over 10 times that of an ordinary cultivator. Don't think too much about it. As Taoist Wang and Jiangli heard this, they felt as if the world had returned to normal. You brat, it's about time you encountered some difficulties, otherwise how would ordinary cultivators like us live? Taoist Wang said, indignant. To force a nascent soul into calling himself an ordinary cultivator, there was no one else besides Qin Yu who could do this. Jiang Li's words were simple and direct. If it is because of the 5-element sword diagram, I might be able to help you a little. If you need anything, you can look for me at any time. Qin Yu smiled and nodded. All right, we won't disturb your rest any longer. Rest in peace and recover from your injuries. Jiang Li and Taoist Wang stood up and bid their farewells. Soon after, Gu Ling returned with a bowl of fragrant porridge. If it was just porridge, it wouldn't have taken so long. She had deliberately waited until the two of them arrived before returning. In the end, she was an extremely intelligent girl. How could she not understand the ways of the world? 3 days later, Qin Yu allowed Gu Ling to carefully examine him. He even restrained his magic power and allowed her weak magic power to enter his body to investigate, proving that he wasn't lying. After Gu Ling opened her mouth and took back her magic power, Qin Yu smiled. How is it? I didn't lie, right? My injuries have already healed. I have to go back and continue cultivating. Gu Ling was surprised, but what was even more surprised were Daoist Wang and Jiangli. As nascent soul cultivators, they naturally knew that Qin Yu's injuries weren't normal. If others were able to barely recover in a month, that would be considered good. But what about him? This chapter is not yet finished. Please turn to the next page. All in all, it had been 3 days. Daoist Wang whispered to himself, "This brat, he is simply a freak." This time, Jiangli nodded with rare seriousness. To be able to cultivate the 5-element sword diagram and contain so much magic power, it was normal for Qin Yu's mortal body to be powerful. But, the more powerful one's mortal body was, the more troublesome it would be to recover from any damage. Qin Yu's abnormal recovery ability in 3 days was something that even he found hard to believe. Qin Yu returned to the pill disposal department once more. This matter quickly spread throughout Immortal Eclipse Valley, setting off a massive storm. Countless cultivators sighed with emotion. Junior Uncle was indeed Junior Uncle. He was so strong that he had no friends. But soon, their attention was drawn by another matter. This was because heavenly tribulation had come again. The reason why the word again was used was because it was happening in the pill disposal department, and it was exactly the same as the last heavenly tribulation. Just what was Junior Uncle, Junior Granduncle, doing? A moment later, the tribulation cloud vanished from sight. Everyone's eyes widened. They looked at each other, unsure of what to say. However, the most powerful ability in the world was habit. Even something like heavenly tribulation would appear every once in a while. The cultivators in Immortal Eclipse Valley calmed down. At most, they glanced towards the pill disposal department. Oh, Junior Uncle, Junior Granduncle, has come again. Whose strong winds rose. Wu black clouds gathered. Shuar pressure descended. An alchemist's hand shook, and he nearly ruined a furnace of good pills. He steadied his thoughts and continued to toss in the materials. After the pills were finished, he helplessly said, "Everyone, how many times has it been? 3 times in the first month, 2 times in the second month, and 1 time last month. That's a total of 6 times. Another alchemist said, his face filled with helplessness. Last month, he had encountered the aura of heavenly tribulation when he was refining a furnace of pills, and he had nearly blown it up. Of course, in the end he had still failed. This wasn't an exception. Because of 6 heavenly tribulations, the number of materials destroyed in Immortal Eclipse Valley was much greater than in the past. When everyone refined precious pills, they all chose to do it after Junior Uncle had just crossed tribulation. Perhaps calling it crossing tribulation wasn't appropriate, but that was the meaning. As long as they understood it in their hearts, it was fine. 6 heavenly tribulations. Hee, I really wonder just how long Junior Uncle can keep tossing and turning for. Hee, I heard that someone opened a betting line and the highest bet was 10 times. I also know that. Moreover, I made a small bet, so I didn't dare to bet as fiercely as 10 times. I chose 8 times. I chose 9 times. It seems like everyone is very confident in Junior Martial Uncle. What nonsense, that's Junior Uncle we are talking about. Another 2 months later, the 7th heavenly tribulation. Another 5 months later, the 8th heavenly tribulation. Another 7 months later, the 9th heavenly tribulation. Another year later, the 10th heavenly tribulation. Then, there was no then. Qin Yu was lying on the bed, his entire body wrapped in bandages. As he faced the tearful Gu Ling he had no choice but to promise that he wouldn't cross tribulation again. Jiang Li's eyes shined with a sharp light. He was incomparably surprised that Qin Yu was able to survive with such serious injuries. This time, it took Qin Yu over half a year to barely recover. Even so, he was still crowned with the title of an undying cockroach. In the words of Taoist Wang, this boy was a monster in human skin. It was said that the immortal Eclipse Valley cultivator who bet 10 times was later titled the gambling god. He had won so much that he was filled to the brim. His gratitude towards Junior Uncle Qin Yu was like the flowing waters of the Yangtze River, flowing without end. Last night, Qin Yu had a fever and nearly spent the entire night tossing and turning. Today, he simply didn't have the energy to write, so he only wrote 1 chapter. The doctor said that he had a lung infection. As his parents, they were distressed and worried and hoped that he would get better as soon as possible. Moreover, he still owed everyone 4 chapters. Chapter 216. Strong Qin decided to leave. When this thought appeared in his mind, nearly 4 years had passed since he returned to Immortal Eclipse Valley. With the help of Immortal Eclipse Valley's pill disposal department, his 5-element golden cores had all reached perfection. After failing 10 times to make a breakthrough, there was no need to mention the process, but the results were excellent. Strong Qin was still a golden core, but he had gathered the 5-element magic swords and his magic power had nearly doubled. The difference between his strength and that of 4 years ago was like the heavens and earth. If he fought with Lu Ji again, while he might not be able to destroy him, it wouldn't be difficult to defeat him. Now, Strong Qin fine, it wasn't too easy to say, so he changed it back. Qin Yu stood at the threshold of a breakthrough. Just 1 more step and he would reach Nascent Soul. From Golden Core to Nascent Soul, that was a transformation for others, but to Qin Yu, that was the disparity between the heavens and earth. As long as he could reach Nascent Soul, Qin Yu would have the confidence to look down on all life in this world. He wouldn't even need to fear the demon monarch or the whale sovereign. All he needed to do was take the final step. But at the same time, Qin Yu was well aware just how difficult it was to take this step. Disregarding the difficulty of simultaneously breaking through to Nascent Soul with 5 golden cores, just the demon blood he needed to take another step in his demon body would be difficult to find. Qin Yu had no clue where to go. But he knew that there was a place in this world that held the most secret. After comforting Gu Ling he took the fleeting flame furnace from the 8th furnace station. Of course, he couldn't help but beat up the fire alligator during the process. Pill Crucible remained in seclusion. Qin Yu revealed a bit of worry. His cheap senior apprentice brother's abnormal actions left him anxious. He asked Taoist Wang and Jiangli, but they also indicated that they didn't know anything. But Jiang Li's words made Qin Yu feel a bit more at ease. Perhaps the Valley Master's cultivation is about to make a breakthrough. Pill Crucible was a 9th-level nascent soul super powerhouse with a profound cultivation. Just 1 more step and he would reach the legendary divine soul realm. When one reached this boundary, their soul wouldn't perish and they could exist for all eternity, the same as breaking free from the limits of one's lifespan. As he thought about how he had been trapped in the 9th level for so many years, it wasn't impossible for him to make a breakthrough in a single go, especially after being stimulated by him. Thinking about it, Qin Yu suppressed this thought. He bid farewell to Taoist Wang and quietly left Immortal Eclipse Valley. Watching his figure fade away, Taoist Wang sighed. Brother Jiang, do you think the next time we meet this boy will he have reached Nascent Soul? Jiang Li thought about it. I don't know. If it were someone else who wanted to break through to the Nascent Soul level in such a short time, I would only sneer and say that they were courting death. But Qin Yu couldn't be viewed with common sense. I won't hide it from Brother Jiang, but after being in contact with him for so long, I always feel as if all my years of cultivation have been wasted on a dog's body. This really leaves me feeling helpless. Taoist Wang bitterly smiled. Let's not talk about this anymore. How melancholic. He turned around to leave. Jiang Li said faintly, I feel the same way. But old Wang, even if you pretend to be calm and indifferent, I will still bring up our bet about Qin Yu crossing tribulation. When will those jugs of wine of yours be delivered? Taoist Wang staggered. Su Qing walked out of the brothel and looked back at the beauty who was weakly leaning against the window and waving at him. A sinister smile appeared on his face. He walked the path of a body cultivator. To be able to achieve Jindan was already a heaven-defying luck. If there were no accidents in this life, it would basically be like this. With no path of cultivation, he decided to indulge in the pleasures of life. He joined the 100 Mountains sect and became an elder. Every year, he received a massive amount of offerings and enjoyed delicious food, wine, and beautiful women. In particular, the latter. As a body cultivator with a powerful mortal body, not just anyone could withstand the strength and endurance of his sprint. Even these female cultivators who specialized in sexual techniques would have their eyes glazed over and they would cry out in pain. This left old Su feeling extremely satisfied. In the great battle last night, that woman was truly worthy of being a famous courtesan. Her various methods were top-notch, and she even seemed to understand some mind-bewitching technique. If it weren't for his rich experience and formidable combat strength, he feared he would have been utterly defeated. Luckily, in the end, he was able to preserve his title as the Golden Spear doesn't fall. Just as he was thinking about spending several days recuperating and then looking for her to fight again, he suddenly heard the sound of wind behind him. Su Cheng's eyes flashed with a cold light. Just which blind fool dared to touch him? They were simply seeking death. Before he finished his thoughts, his field of vision darkened and he slumped to the ground. A moment later, Su Cheng walked out from a remote alley. He looked up to determine the direction and then quickly left. Heaven Seek Pavilion. The massive signboard and the towering building still exuded an imposing aura. Su Cheng looked up and walked in. Soon, a buxom female cultivator welcomed him. She bowed and said, "Junior greets Senior Su." It seemed they knew each other. Su Cheng frowned. He lightly said, "I have some questions I would like to ask you." The female cultivator gestured. "Senior, please follow me." After entering the private room, the female cultivator closed the door. Her eyes turned moist and her voice was so sweet that it was numbing. "Senior Su, did you bring me a gift this time?" As she spoke, she threw him a flirtatious look and leaned over. Her weapon ravaged his arm, causing him to stiffen for a moment before composing himself. "Miss, the reason I came here today is for proper business." It would have been better if he hadn't said anything. But as soon as he mentioned proper business, the female cultivator blushed even redder and shyly said, "Last time we were here, you said it was proper business and then you." "Senior Su, you are so bad, you did that on purpose, right?" Su Ching revealed an embarrassed look. Luckily, there was a sudden knock on the door, helping Su Ching out of trouble. The female cultivator quickly let go and opened the door. The one who walked in was a middle-aged beautiful woman. There were faint crow's feet at the corners of her eyes and her body was full and full. She exuded a charming charm and her gentle smile made one feel close to her. "Fellow Taoist Su, it's been a long time. How have you been?" The beautiful woman had a familiar expression. Su Ching nodded, not saying anything. The beautiful woman waved her hand. "You may leave. I will personally entertain fellow Taoist Su." The female cultivator hurriedly nodded and closed the door. The beautiful woman sat down across from him. She smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Su, what business do you have today?" As she spoke of proper business, there was a dignified look on her face. It contrasted with her temperament and made her seem especially dignified. Su Ching coughed. "I would like to ask about how to break into nascent soul with more than one golden core. Also, because of certain reasons, I need some high-quality demon blood. Please remember that it is high quality, I only want the best. I wonder if Heaven Seek Pavilion has any information about this?" The beautiful woman revealed a look of surprise, as if she never thought Su Ching would ask such a question. She thought for a moment and said, "Fellow Taoist Su, please wait a moment. I will need to inquire before I can give you a reply." Su Cheng stretched out a hand. Please go ahead. The beautiful woman straightened her body and bowed. Her two creases formed a deep crevice as she stood up and left the private room. Soon, the beautiful woman arrived in front of the black cabin. Master, someone came today to inquire about something. This servant thinks there is something strange and asks you to investigate it. As she spoke, she handed over a red jade slip with 2 questions inside. Several years ago, she received a notice that no matter who it was, if they asked about breaking through to Golden Core, they had to immediately report it to their superiors. In these years, including today, this had only happened twice. The first time was when a Golden Core cultivator left Heavenseek Pavilion and soon vanished without a trace, never appearing again. She didn't know who did it and she didn't want to know why. She only remembered that she had to do what she had to do. After several breaths of time, the red jade slip floated up on its own. As it touched the black cabin, it seemed to fall into a pool of water, vanishing in layers of ripples. To continue this chapter, please turn the page. See. An unknown distance away, on top of a mountain shrouded in fog, a black wooden house stood there. A gust of wind seemed to stir the air, causing it to distort. Then, layers upon layers of illusions appeared around the black wooden house. Suddenly, from one of the phantoms of the black cabin, a blood-red jade slip flew out. It fell into the hands of a young man in a woven rush raincoat who was fishing in a nearby creek. He flipped through it and suddenly chuckled. In stark contrast to his youthful appearance, his voice was old and hoarse, filled with a heavy lethargy. Have you already sensed something? You really are a quick-witted junior. It seems you've succeeded. A 5-element nascent soul is enough to move one's heart, much less someone like you who has an extremely high chance of successfully cultivating the demon body. How perfect! What a generous gift from the heavens! In such a difficult time, you have actually been delivered to me. I will definitely help you fulfill your wish as soon as possible. The beautiful woman waited in silence. Suddenly, her complexion changed. She looked up at the cabin and saw a figure slowly step out from the ripples. This was a handsome young man. He had a lazy smile on his face and his eyes were warm and clear. The beautiful woman fell to her knees. This servant greets master. The young man waved his hand. Bring me to see him. The beautiful woman respectfully nodded. She lowered her head and led the way. Along the way, she encountered cultivators from Heavenseek Pavilion who all had puzzled expressions. This was because in their eyes, there was no figure of this young man. Pushing open the door to the private room, the beautiful woman stepped to the side. Master, this servant will stand guard outside. The young man smiled and nodded. He stepped forward. Su Cheng frowned. He coldly looked at him. But what surprised him was that he didn't feel the least bit of vigilance when facing this uninvited guest. His smiling eyes could dissolve any hostility. As long as he looked at you, you would let down all your guards. How strange! Su Cheng took a deep breath. Who are you? The young man smiled and sat down. Who I am isn't important. What is important is that I can give you the information you want, right? Su Cheng's complexion changed. Don't be nervous. Sit. The young man gestured. Su Cheng furrowed his eyebrows. He sat down and straightened his back. The young man didn't care. He went straight to the point. I will answer your first question first. It is about multiple golden core breakthroughs. If I'm not wrong, what you want to know should be related to the 5-element golden cores. Su Cheng's frown deepened. He immediately relaxed and said, Heavenseek Pavilion is truly Heavenseek Pavilion. You are truly formidable and unfathomably deep. The young man's eyes brightened. The 5-element golden core breakthroughs and even the demon blood you need can all be solved in one place. But you will need to wait because the time has not yet come. 1 year from now, come back here and I will tell you everything you want to know. Su Cheng's eyes were sharp. Then why did you come out today? Could it be that you only want to see me? The young man smiled and nodded. That's right, that's how it is. Remember, don't miss this 1 year. We will meet again at that time. He stood up and pushed open the door. Su Qing narrowed his eyes. After several breaths of time, he walked out of the private room. The beautiful woman was waiting outside. She respectfully said, "Fellow Taoist Su, that person just now can represent our Heaven-Seek Pavilion. There is no need to doubt him. If there is nothing else, I will escort you out." Soon, Su Qing walked out of Heaven-Seek Pavilion. Moments later, he appeared in a remote alley in the city. He stopped and waited for a moment. He muttered, "Heaven-Seek Pavilion." He closed his eyes and slumped to the ground. It was some time before he opened his eyes again. His first reaction was to jump up and examine himself. He looked around and then left with a dark expression. Chapter 217. In a dense forest outside the city, Qin Yu opened his eyes, exhaustion covering his face. As he thought, this method of forcefully controlling the mortal body wasn't something that could be casually used. He had deliberately chosen a body cultivator golden core with a relatively low soul cultivation, and yet the consumption was so terrifying. If it were any other cultivator, they would have long since collapsed. Moreover, the key point was that the disguise he had thought of didn't seem to work. Heaven-Seek Pavilion had directly recognized his identity. It was clear that it was because of those two problems. Or, it was more accurate to say that it was the problem of multiple golden cores breaking into nascent soul that exposed him. Heaven-Seek Pavilion seemed to pay a great deal of attention to him. Otherwise, how could they spend so much effort on him when they received countless cultivators every year? Just what was their goal? Qin Yu's complexion was heavy. He thought back to the young man that suddenly appeared. Although this person's attitude was gentle and he gave off a very good feeling, even a little intimate, Qin Yu still felt an inexplicable sense of dread. In particular, his eyes seemed to contain some sort of strength that could pierce into the deepest depths of one's heart. Who was this person? Qin Yu looked up at the distant city and then turned to leave. After several breaths of time, his figure vanished from sight. In front of a black cabin, a young man stood with his hands crossed behind his back. There was a light smile on his lips. It was clear he was in a good mood. A black-robed figure with only gray eyes quietly drilled out from the shadows. "Master, as you expected, he has already left." The young man smiled. "My appearance made him feel restless. With his cautious temperament, it's normal for him to leave. But, as long as he wants to break into nascent soul, he will definitely return. Ghost, the perfect body I have been waiting for so many years is finally about to appear. I am so happy." Without warning, wrinkles began to appear on his handsome face. Then, they rapidly increased. Spots began to appear and his hair turned white like withered grass. It was like the flow of time suddenly accelerated. In several breaths of time, 100 years passed, 1,000 years passed. "Master! I'm fine." He waved his hand, his voice light. "Ghost, act according to the plan. This time, I will truly be reborn. No one can stop me." Qin Yu hesitated. His intuition told him that Heaven-Seek Pavilion had ill intentions. But, if he ignored them, there was no way he could find the method to reach nascent soul. This left him conflicted. But soon, after wasting some time on this matter, Qin Yu suppressed all his thoughts. No matter what, there was still a year left. Perhaps there would be a solution by then. Then how was he going to spend this 1 year? Qin Yu's cultivation had fallen into a bottleneck. After failing to break through 10 times, the purity of his magic power had reached the limit. Even with the power of the demon body, there would be major problems if he continued to make breakthroughs. When he broke into the golden core realm in the past, he had nearly died on the spot. It was only Yu Qi's appearance that saved his life. Qin Yu didn't think he would be so lucky this time. He had to put aside his cultivation. At most he could swallow pills to strengthen his soul and mortal body. But to wait like this for a year was undoubtedly a waste of time. Perhaps it was time to think of a way to resolve the hidden danger of the little blue lamp being extinguished. Chinyu thought for a long time and finally made his decision. Several days later, facing the boundless sea, Chinyu revealed a rueful expression. He never thought that after leaving for just 4 years, he would have to step into it again. But as Jiangli said, the land wasn't suitable for him. The less people knew about the little blue lamp's secret, the better. The sea was the best choice. Experts of the sea claim perhaps it wouldn't be long before the little blue lamp ate until it was stuffed to the brim. Shwa, with a flash of light, Qin Yu's figure burst out, soaring deep into the sea. Deep in the sea, a mountain range rose up from the seabed, towering and majestic. But what was most surprising was that above this seabed mountain range hung a giant full moon. As time passed, it waxed and waned. But whether or not it waned and waned, the bright moonlight shrouded this giant tribe that was built on the mountain. If one looked closer, they would discover that this full moon was actually a giant round stone polished into shape. It blended in with the mountain range, as if it had grown out from within. This was the most ancient inheritance of the sea region, the most formidable force, the moon-praying shrine that could even contend with the capital city. Their tribal camp was built along the mountain range. There were so many of them that one couldn't see the end of them. Compared to the capital city, it was much larger. With this mountain as the center, the surrounding 500,000 miles of sea region was the traditional sphere of influence of moon-praying shrine. Here, they were the supreme rulers. Even if it was an order from the capital city, without moon-praying shrine's permission, it could only be written on a piece of paper. Every year, countless caravans would arrive here, bringing treasures from all over the sea races to trade with this powerful tribe. At the same time, they would purchase special products and transport them to other parts of the sea region. Ever since the Lord Priest took charge and opened up free trade, he had also ordered the wolf riders to sweep through the main trade routes. Moon-praying shrine had clearly become more prosperous and prosperous. All of the seafolk were grateful to the Lord Priest's benevolence and viewed him as the teacher of their lives. Thus, every time the Lord Priest went out, he would attract the attention of all the seafolk. They would sincerely kneel on the ground, lowering their heads and kissing the ground where he walked. Beneath his gorgeous and dignified robes, the Lord Priest gently smiled. From time to time, he would nod to his followers or reach out a hand to stroke their head. And every seafolk that could obtain the Lord Priest's touch would become the envy of all. According to convention, for the next 3 years, they would not need to wash their hair in order to avoid ruining the good fortune that the Lord Priest had bestowed upon them. The Lord Priest reached out a hand and stroked a baby in the arms of a woman. He said in a low voice, "May the sea spirit be with you." The Lord Priest had already done this countless times. It was natural and holy. As the woman nearly fainted from excitement, the Lord Priest continued walking forwards. But at this time, he suddenly stopped and turned to look at the crowd. As if there was an inexplicable strength, the seafolk automatically parted, revealing a black-robed figure at the edge of the street. He should be a member of some caravan. Although his face was covered in shadows, one could still feel that there was no awe in the eyes that shot at him. This caused the seafolk to be enraged. To hide oneself in front of the Lord Priest was a great disrespect to begin with, but he actually dared to look at him so rudely. He really deserved to die. The caravan owner's complexion was ugly. Just as he was about to curse out loud, the Lord Priest suddenly said, "Guest from afar, I can see that you are someone favored by the sea spirit. I wonder if you are willing to return to Sea God Palace with me?" The black-robed figure smiled. He bowed. "It would be my honor." At this time, the eyes of all the seafolk turned to envy and awe. Sea Spirit favored, although they had never heard of this name before, the grand aura contained within it was rich and blazing. The others in the caravan were all stunned. They thought that this boy that joined several days ago was clearly unremarkable, so how could he have become the Sea Spirit's favored one? Also, we didn't offend him before, did we? Should they leave moon-praying shrine ahead of time? As they were struggling with this, the Lord Priest expressed his apologies to his followers and ended today's journey ahead of time. He brought the mysterious sea spirit favored one with him and vanished from the end of the street. The dignity and luxury of Sea God Palace was directly reflected in moon-praying shrine. Its scale was so large that it could almost compare with the royal palace in the capital city. It occupied the highest and largest mountain peak of the underwater mountain range, overlooking the endless tribes below. The Lord Priest waved his hands, a smile on his face. Little friend, coming to my moon-praying shrine is truly a pleasant surprise. Could it be that you have thought things through? He pulled down his black robes to reveal a smiling face. Although he couldn't be considered handsome, every line of his face was filled with unswerving determination. Lord Priest, this junior came here today to make a transaction with you. This so-called sea spirit favored one was naturally Chinyu. He had released the aura of the saint flower from his body on his own initiative, so the Lord Priest could naturally recognize him. The Lord Priest's eyes flashed. For a little friend to take such a risk to come to the sea region, it seems this transaction isn't simple at all. Of course. Chinyu faintly smiled. Lord Priest, do you want to make moon-praying shrine even more formidable? An hour later, the Lord Priest left Sea God Palace in a rush. Countless priests stared with wide eyes, wondering if there was something wrong with their eyes. Why did the holy and noble Lord Priest look as if he were drunk? He staggered several times, nearly falling over, and there was even saliva at the corners of his mouth. What was going on? They must have seen wrong, they must have seen wrong. This was an illusion. On that day, strict orders were passed down that no one was allowed to speak a single word about this illusion. The next day, a secret order of the highest level was sent out from Sea God Palace and delivered into the hands of 10 seafolk that had been selected. These seafolk were puzzled. They were required to keep this strictly confidential and not reveal anything to the outside world, otherwise they would suffer the most severe punishment. When they gathered in an underground hall of Sea God Palace, the 10 of them glanced at each other, their hearts chilled. But in the next moment they straightened their backs. Moon-praying shrine was large, but at the same time it was small. Most of them knew each other or had heard of each other's names. They had a general understanding of each other's circumstances, and it was easy for them to find common ground. First of all, they were all at the peak Golden Core realm and hadn't made any progress in many years. Secondly, they had all undergone tests to ensure their loyalty to the tribe. Then, there was no need to say anything else. The tribe was definitely planning some secret operation. Were they going to send them to assassinate some important figure in the capital city? The hearts of the 10 seafolk seethed with excitement. Although they knew they were doomed to die and they wouldn't be able to leave behind any reputation, they still didn't hesitate. Everything was for moon-praying shrine. So, when the Lord Priest arrived, he was greeted with burning hot gazes that said they weren't afraid of death. It was as if they were willing to shed their blood and fight wherever the Lord Priest pointed. The Lord Priest was an astute character. His thoughts raced and a plan appeared in his mind. He solemnly said, "Everyone, I have an important mission for you all. The success or failure of this matter concerns the rise or fall of my moon-praying shrine for the next 1,000 years, so I hope that you will all do your best. We will not disappoint Lord Priest." As he thought, the following matters were much simpler. There was no need for any nonsense. The 10 seafolk were extremely obedient, doing whatever they were told without asking a single question. The Lord Priest stroked his beard and smiled, gratified by his own wit. Chapter 218. The first to be chosen was a seafolk named Iron Shield. He was a man with a strong temperament and a firm and resolute face. It was clear that he possessed an extremely powerful will. He was brought away from the underground palace. But what happened next left Iron Shield scratching his head in confusion. A puzzled look appeared in his eyes. But He could see that the busy priests around him all had serious expressions. He took a deep breath and suppressed all his thoughts. He earnestly complied with the priest's request. First, he bathed and changed his clothes. Iron Shield soaked in a scalding hot pool for over 2 hours. He was scrubbed until his entire body was red, and he looked like a cooked shrimp. Then, he put on a thin outer garment and was brought into another sealed chamber. He really only had a single outer garment on. So, as he walked, he inevitably felt the wind blow against his crotch, causing him to subconsciously clamp his legs together. Then, there was a sumptuous feast. There was no lack of precious tonic. Iron Shield thought that this might be his last meal, so he didn't care too much about it. He opened his arms wide and stuffed himself with food. It wasn't until he hiccuped and his cheeks turned red that he stopped. He felt as if a fire had been ignited within his body. His throat was dry and he felt uncomfortable. Then, as if they could see that he was thirsty, the priests brought over a bowl of tea. Iron Shield took it and drank it clean. He immediately felt his entire body become comfortable. But this comfort only lasted for a very short time before it was torn apart by the burning aura that surged out. The demonic power around his body began to tumble, and his red eyes gradually blurred. Before he lost consciousness, the only thought in his mind was, "What the hell was he doing?" Then, Iron Shield fell into a deep unconsciousness. He had a dream. In this dream, he was tossed about on an undulating sea. Every part of his body ached with pain. After an unknown period of time, Iron Shield's eyes flashed open. He felt that something was wrong with his body. He looked down and found that he was naked without a single piece of clothing. Moreover, what was most terrifying was that he saw a pair of bright eyes staring at him, as if they were looking at the most precious jewel in the world. The burning heat in those eyes caused Iron Shield's hair to stand on end. He thought back to the bath and change of clothes, the sumptuous feast, and the burning sensation that surged out from his body after drinking that cup of tea. Then he thought back to the terrifying dream he had. It was as if he was being pushed around on the sea. Iron Shield's eyes widened and a surge of grief and indignation surged out. He roared and punched out, sending the owner of the eyes flying. Dong, the man landed heavily on the ground and coughed violently. When he raised his head again, his eyes had turned into deep panda eyes. Iron Shield's expression greatly changed. Sacrifice, 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 sacrifice. Why are you here? Could it be that the one who did that to him was actually the Lord Priest that he had always revered like a deity? But why? As the representative of the sea spirit's will, how could he be so filthy? The priest held onto his injured waist, struggling to crawl up from the ground. This caused Iron Shield's face to pale even further. It was unknown what he was thinking, but he had a look of despair on his face. In the end, the priest was a shrewd old fox. He hadn't noticed anything strange at first, but now he understood. Looking at the boy's thick body, the priest almost vomited. Did he think he was some sort of outstanding beauty or something? Even if I really like men, I won't find someone as rough as you. Pa. You are the one who likes men. Everyone in your family likes men. The Lord Priest's face darkened. Iron Shield, put away your messy thoughts and carefully sense your cultivation. Is there anything wrong with it? Iron Shield was stunned. He subconsciously did the same, and then he really was left dumbfounded. His eyes widened and his face was filled with unimaginable shock. 2222, it was broken. He was actually a nascent soul realm seafolk. Could it be that, by being touched by the Lord Priest, he could make a breakthrough? If this was really the case, then it wasn't impossible to accept. His lips twitched. He picked up a set of robes and put them on. Then, he stood up and said, "Thank you, Lord Priest." Blue veins popped up on the Lord Priest's forehead and he looked as if he were about to explode. "You bastard, who do you think you are that I would like you? I wasn't the one who helped you make a breakthrough. Let's talk about this later. First, tell me about your situation. Is there anything wrong with it? Iron Shield was startled and then immediately overjoyed. Didn't this mean that he hadn't been touched by the Lord Priest? He hurriedly said, reporting to the Lord Priest, Iron Shield feels very good. There isn't anything wrong with me. However, the Lord Priest's words seemed to have another meaning. If you don't like me, could it be that you like someone else? The hairs on Iron Shield's back stood up. As long as it wasn't him, then everything was fine. Others couldn't do anything about it. The truth was that the Lord Priest had already confirmed this before Iron Shield woke up. The reason he asked again was because he wanted to make a final confirmation. Now that he had confirmed that there were no problems with Iron Shield's breakthrough, the Lord Priest was overjoyed beyond words. Thus, he turned a blind eye to the strange expression on this bastard's face. Leave first and observe Sea God Palace for several days. Remember, do not tell anyone about this matter. Iron Shield respectfully nodded. 3 days later, the Lord Priest, who still had dark circles around his eyes, led the Vice Priest and other high-level figures of Sea God Palace to a side hall, all smiles. Men, hurry and bring Priest Qin Yu's robes. Also, clean up one of the 12 main palaces and ask Priest Qin Yu to move in. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. That's not right. I remember that when I left the capital city in the past, the Lord Priest had already announced to the public that my status as a guest priest had been revoked. The Lord Priest waved his hand. How could that be? What my moon-praying shrine revoked was the status of another priest. It had nothing to do with you, Qin Yu. Now that you have come to our moon-praying shrine, that is the same as returning home. There is no need for you to worry about anything. If anyone dares to look for trouble with you, they will be the enemy of my moon-praying shrine. Qin Yu smiled. He admired how thick this old fellow's skin was. In particular, this old fellow was able to put on such a righteous and self-righteous appearance. All right, let's not mention these things for now. The Lord Priest came today, so I believe he must have carefully confirmed that fellow Taoist Iron Shield is fine. The Lord Priest nodded. I have always trusted Priest Qin Yu. Qin Yu inwardly curled his lips. He was disinclined to argue about these things with the Lord Priest and went straight to the point. Then, we can have a serious discussion. The Lord Priest waved his hand. Priest Qin Yu, please feel free to speak. As long as I can do it, I will definitely agree. This old thing, he was trying to show off his heroic spirit but had actually secretly added some restrictions. What did he mean by he could do it? If you want to do it, then you can do it. If you don't want to do it, then of course you can't. Qin Yu had no intention of playing any tricks. He was pressed for time. Lord Priest, I can help Moon-Praying Shrine gain another batch of nascent soul powerhouses. The price you need to pay is the Saint Flower's flowers. Every flower will be exchanged for a nascent soul. Across from him, the complexions of everyone from Moon-Praying Shrine changed. The Lord Priest flatly refused. That is impossible. The Saint Flower's flowers are limited, and each one is extremely important to my Moon-Praying Shrine. In the past, when we gave one to Priest Qin Yu, that was the Saint Flower's will. Otherwise there would have been no way for you to obtain it. Qin Yu lightly said, the Saint Flower can grow. As long as you don't pluck too many at once, the flowers that are plucked can still grow back. He paused for a moment and continued to say, Lord Priest, please do not deny it. For better or worse, I am a purple card and I have personally treated the Saint Flower, so I am well aware of this point. The Lord Priest coughed. A flower for a nascent soul is impossible. The losses to the Saint Flower are far too great. This old fellow wasn't embarrassed at all after being exposed. He immediately began to haggle over the price. Qin Yu didn't care. He smiled and said, Then, what is Lord Priest's intention? 2 hours later, after a battle of wits and courage, both sides finally managed to come up with an acceptable plan. Qin Yu would help Moon-Praying Shrine reach Nascent Soul, and Moon-Praying Shrine would pay a reward. Every 3 nascent souls would be exchanged for a flower of the saint flower as well as 30 million spirit stones. The Lord Priest's complexion was ugly. It was clear that Qin Yu's bite had hurt him greatly. But, even in the sea region, a nascent soul realm martial artist was an extremely powerful existence. If they could add another batch, Moon Praying Shrine's strength would rise dramatically. So, no matter how much his heart ached, he had to accept this. Qin Yu rejected the proposal to move into one of the 12 main palaces and continued to live here. As he watched the Lord Priest and the others leave, his taut heart relaxed a little. At the very least, it seemed that his decision to come to Moon Praying Shrine was the right one. This old fellow Lord Priest was extremely smart. He hoped that he would continue to be smart. That would be good for everyone. Stepping out of the side hall, the high-level figures of Sea God Palace hesitated to speak. Finally, the purple-robed priest spoke up. Lord Priest, Qin Yu is only a human. In the sea region, he has no foundation or support. Why don't we capture him? We will eventually find a way to find out the reason why heavenly tribulation vanished from his mouth. Of course, doing so might not be honorable, but compared to the 10,000 years of inheritance of my tribe, what does it matter if we have to bear a bit of infamy? If Lord Priest is not willing to help, then we can do it in your place. This was clearly the same thought that echoed in everyone's hearts. Many eyes gathered on him, their expressions grim. The Lord Priest frowned. He slowly said, "None of you understand." He took several steps forward and then turned around. This Qin Yu is far more formidable and unfathomable than any of you can imagine. Since he dares to step into my Moon Praying Shrine alone and discuss this transaction with me, he must have something to rely on. So what if he has something to rely on? Do you think he can stir up any waves in my Moon Praying Shrine? A purple-robed priest said in a low voice. The Lord Priest lightly said, Qin Yu once used the saint flower to threaten me. He said that since he has a way to revive the saint flower, he also has a way to destroy it. For these past years, I have been constantly investigating. Although I haven't discovered anything, what if this is what he is relying on? The saint flower concerns the rise and fall of my Moon Praying Shrine. Who among you can shoulder this responsibility? Everyone's complexions changed, anger rising in their eyes. This was the first time that the Lord Priest had mentioned this matter. They had just learned that Qin Yu dared to be so rampant. It was no wonder that the Lord Priest had chosen to silently endure this. That's enough. Regarding Qin Yu, don't act recklessly. There was something that the Lord Priest didn't say, and that was that if they acted recklessly, there would be a great disaster. The current Qin Yu was far more formidable than he was 4 years ago. Moreover, what left the Lord Priest even more apprehensive was that he could actually feel a threat from Qin Yu. This strange feeling was something that the Lord Priest was sure Qin Yu possessed on his body, something extremely terrifying that could even pose a threat to him. In addition to the strange reactions of the Saint Flower and the priests of the capital city, if it weren't for these things, did they really think he was a vegetarian? He would deliver a fat piece of meat to his mouth, and then push it away with his hands. Chapter 219. Iron Shield was the first seafolk to break through. Then came the second, third, and more. Every 5 days, Qin Yu would help a seafolk cross tribulation. Although swallowing heavenly tribulation was as simple as eating and drinking to the little blue lamp, he still maintained this rhythm. He would also come up with all sorts of strange reasons, such as bathing and changing clothes, or making sure the person crossing tribulation was unconscious. This was to create a sense of mystery and ensure the little blue lamp's secret. At the same time, Moon Praying Shrine would know that helping someone cross tribulation wasn't an easy matter. 2 months later, the 10 seafolk that Moon Praying Shrine had carefully selected all reached the nascent soul realm. This caused the Lord Priest to beam with joy, but at the same time he felt his heart ache. The astute Qin Yu first received payment and then helped the seafolk complete their breakthrough. The Lord Priest was as sly as a fox, and there was no way he could deny this. Without payment, the cooperation was over and Qin Yu could leave at any time. The sea region was so vast and Moon-Praying Shrine wasn't the only place that could afford the price. The 10 nascent souls of Moon-Praying Shrine provided the little blue lamp with 10 heavenly tribulations, 3 saint flowers, and 130 million spirit stones. The extra 30 million was because Moon-Praying Shrine couldn't provide more saint flowers. The Lord Priest clenched his teeth and accepted this. To Moon-Praying Shrine, which had an endless inheritance and deep background, spirit stones weren't anything at all. Let alone a mere 100 million, they could even take out 10 billion. But the saint flowers required an incalculable amount of strength in order to grow. In itself, they were extremely precious treasures. Even in Moon-Praying Shrine, there were less than 10 people that possessed the saint flowers, including the Lord Priest. But now, Qin Yu alone had 3. This was Moon-Praying Shrine's bottom line. The Lord Priest bitterly smiled. Priest Qin Yu, can't you look at our friendship and bend the rules a little? Moon-Praying Shrine can pay a high amount of spirit stones or other treasures as long as Priest Qin Yu agrees to continue resisting heavenly tribulation for our powerhouses. As he spoke of heavenly tribulation, the Lord Priest's expression became strange. He had clearly seen 10 consecutive heavenly tribulations, and yet they had all vanished without warning. Even with the Lord Priest's cultivation, he still couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine as he thought of this. Qin Yu shook his head. Lord Priest, you should know how terrifying nascent soul heavenly tribulation is. If it weren't for the saint flowers, I wouldn't have helped. The effects of the saint flowers had played a crucial role in his 10 failed breakthroughs to nascent soul. It also allowed Qin Yu to understand just how powerful they were. Now, 3 of the saint flowers had fused into his body. As long as he wasn't directly killed in the future, no matter how serious his injuries were, he was confident he could survive with the powerful regenerative abilities of the demon body. This was the reason he insisted on asking for the saint flower as payment. The Lord Priest's face was filled with disappointment. Qin Yu's attitude was firm and it was clear he wasn't joking. But for the time being, there was no way he could pick any more saint flowers. At this time, Qin Yu's eyes flashed. Although I cannot continue to help Moon-Praying Shrine train powerhouses, I have a suggestion that Lord Priest might be able to earn a great deal from. The priest frowned. Priest Qin Yu, what do you mean? For instance, Moon-Praying Shrine can step forward and act as a guarantor for me. All seafolk that come to break into nascent soul will need to pay a portion of their rewards to Moon-Praying Shrine. For instance, Moon-Praying Shrine can act as a guarantor for me. All seafolk that come to break through to nascent soul will need to pay a portion of their rewards to Moon-Praying Shrine. In fact, if Moon-Praying Shrine can provide a comprehensive guarantee that I won't be influenced by the outside world, I wouldn't mind serving Moon-Praying Shrine again. The Lord Priest's eyes brightened, but he had an awkward expression on his face. Priest Qin Yu, you should know your status. Once news of this spreads out, it will be difficult for me. Qin Yu nodded in understanding. If Lord Priest feels this is difficult, then just pretend that I didn't say anything. After all, there are many choices in the sea region. I will just take a few more paths. The Lord Priest nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Was there anyone else who negotiated like this? Relying on the fact that he had the initiative, he didn't even give him a chance to bargain. If there was even the slightest dissatisfaction, he would flip the table. Did he really think he was made of clay? Bang! The Lord Priest slapped the table and stood up. Priest Qin Yu, you have gone too far. What do you take me for? What do you take my Moon-Praying Shrine for? Not to mention the fact that you once saved the Saint Flower, just based on the fact that you are my Moon-Praying Shrine's guest priest, I will protect you no matter the cost. You don't need to worry about what happens outside. I will definitely satisfy you. Qin Yu was stunned. He thought to himself, Lord Priest, just how did you climb up to such a high position? Were the people of moon-praying shrine blind? But no matter what he thought, this was the best result for Qin. The Lord Priest smiled. Now, how about we carefully discuss how to distribute the profits? Priest Qin, you should take the lion's share, but we should at least leave some soup for our moon-praying shrine to drink. After whispering for a long time, the two old and young foxes finally reached an agreement. They glanced at each other and smiled. The Lord Priest bid his farewells and left. He said that he had to hurry to make arrangements to ensure that nothing went wrong. After leaving the side hall, the smile on his face disappeared. He frowned as if he were thinking about something. He seemed to be hesitating, but in the end he sighed and quickly left. Qin sat in the side hall. After waiting for a long time for everything to calm down, his tense body relaxed a little. He muttered to himself, that old fox, Lord Priest. He definitely smelled that something was wrong, but he didn't do anything in the end. There shouldn't be any more problems after this. Moon-praying shrine was puzzled by the Lord Priest's decision to join forces with Qin to make a fortune. Some impatient ones directly called out, "No, I object. Lord Priest, Qin has helped increase my moon-praying shrine's strength by 10 nascent souls, giving us an advantage in the past. If we tell other influences about this matter, they will soon catch up and our advantage will be gone." "That is indeed the case. Lord Priest, please reconsider. What sort of background does my moon-praying shrine have? How could we care about some trifling spirit stones? Even if there are other benefits, you shouldn't have agreed to join forces with Qin." The Lord Priest had a calm expression. He looked around and lightly said, "Do you think my objection is useful?" Everyone was stunned. Qin is not under moon-praying shrine's control. If I don't agree, he can leave and find another place to start anew. At that time, rather than being taken advantage of by other influences, it would be better for our moon-praying shrine to swallow him whole. A sharp light flashed in the Lord Priest's eyes. Moreover, for these past 2 months, heavenly tribulation has frequently descended upon our tribe. Do you think this hasn't aroused any attention? The opposing voices were quickly suppressed. The Lord Priest's will was carried out. Soon, news that moon-praying shrine intentionally released spread throughout the sea region in the shortest possible time. The mysterious sea spirit's caretaker could help those trapped at the Golden Core realm reach nascent soul. The sea region was seething with activity. Countless people were trapped at the Golden Core realm. The sea folk that hadn't dared to break through had eyes that blazed like suns, filled with excitement and ecstasy. But the great figures of the true top influences knew even more. This was because even in moon-praying shrine, they had spies that could obtain information. Capital City. The sea sovereign frowned. Qin, it's actually him? Could it be that he hasn't left and has been hiding in moon-praying shrine all this time? After hesitating for a long time, he asked, "Mister, what do you think of this matter?" Mr. Turtle shook his head. "If it were anyone else that said they could help a Golden Core reach nascent soul, I wouldn't believe them at all. But the one who did this was Qin, that brat. He is far too evil." The sea sovereign nodded. "Mr. thinks the same as this solitude. No matter what the truth is, this solitude hopes that Mr. can take this solitude's place." Mr. Turtle stood up. He respectfully said, "Your Majesty, rest assured that I will not disappoint you." The whale sovereign clenched his fist. The jade slip in his hand instantly disintegrated into powder that fell through his fingers. "Qin, I never thought that you would dare to return. This time, I will make sure you die without a grave." Master, Qin is currently an honored guest of moon-praying shrine. Moreover, it is rumored that he has the ability to help a Golden Core break into nascent soul. If we move against him, I fear we will provoke public anger. Such preposterous words, and there are actually people who believe them? How laughable! The whale sovereign had an indifferent expression. The might of heavenly tribulation represents the will of the world. It is the most formidable strength in the world. Even I don't dare to challenge its edge, so how could Qin Yu do it? Presumably, this is some trick that he and moon-praying shrine joined together to play. But there is no need to say anything more. My mind has already been made up. Sega City. Sang Yaya ran in, her face red. Mother, mother, I heard news about Big Brother Qin Yu. He is at moon-praying shrine. In these 4 years, she seemed to have only grown a little bit. She hadn't changed much from the past. In the grand hall, the noble and dignified woman frowned. She reprimanded. How old are you? Why are you so flustered? Where is your sense of propriety? Sangyaya stuck out her tongue and bowed. It was your daughter's mistake. I ask mother to forgive me. The woman's eyes flashed. She thought that this little girl really did treat Qin Yu differently, otherwise why would she bow her head and apologize in such a well-behaved manner? Perhaps she wanted to follow along. She thought for a moment and said, Yaya, you can go to moon-praying shrine, but you must guarantee that you will follow Seventh Auntie's arrangements. You cannot act recklessly. Sangyaya was overjoyed. She hugged the woman and cheered. Thank you, mother. Your daughter will definitely listen to you and will not make things difficult for Seventh Auntie. The woman helplessly smiled. Go and prepare. After the young girl left, the woman lightly said, Hongmian, investigate what is going on. If things are really as the rumors say, do not hesitate to pay any price to win over Qin Yu and have him come to my Sega City. The woman bowed. Yes, madam. Troop after troop began to set out. They passed deep into the sea, heading straight for moon-praying shrine at the fastest speed possible. But in fact, even with moon-praying shrine's endorsement, there were still very few people that completely believed that the so-called sea spirit caretaker could help them break into nascent soul. But even if there was only a glimmer of hope, there were still many people that didn't want to miss it. Moon-praying shrine soon became lively, attracting the attention of the entire sea region. Chapter 220. Outside moon-praying shrine, a group of people were covered in dust. But they couldn't conceal the weariness in their eyes, and they emitted a fierce aura. Even facing the wolf riders, their backs were still straight and their eyes were cold and calm. They exuded an aura that was different from a mountain. This was because they came from the capital city's war division. Like the Wolf Riders, they were one of the strongest war divisions in the sea region. The seniors of both sides had fought many years ago, and both sides had won and lost. Shuijing patted the sea wolf beneath him, calming it down. He cupped his hands together and said, Shuijing respectfully welcomes Mr. Turtle Origin. The carriage opened to reveal the calm face of the old turtle. Commander Shui, there is no need to be so polite. Shuijing nodded. Mister, please follow me into the city. The seafolk of the capital city's war division began to adjust their armor and enter the range of moon-praying shrine with the best posture possible. On the long street, many seafolk revealed awe as they looked at the slowly approaching group. But there were even more that were unscrupulous and cold. The former were seafolk from all over and the latter were mostly people from moon-praying shrine. To any influence, the capital city was an existence that they couldn't contend with. Moon-praying shrine was the only exception. It was like this in the past, it was like this now, and it would be like this in the future. The Wolf Riders led the way. Within the carriage, Turtle Origin suddenly said, Commander Shui, I would like to see fellow Taoist Qin. I wonder if that is possible? Shuijing turned. Mister, please wait a moment. He took out a spirit shell and called. The call soon connected. After a few calm and respectful words, he hung up and put away the spirit shell. Shuijing said, The priest said that everything will be decided by Priest Qin. Moon-praying shrine will not interfere. Within the carriage, Turtle Origin revealed a look of surprise. He never imagined that Qin Yu would have such high authority in moon-praying shrine. He thought for a moment and said, Then I ask Commander Shui to pass on the message. All right. Shuijing took out a spirit shell. Besides specially refined spirit shells that could be used for long-distance communication, the range of use of spirit shells was extremely limited. Moon Praying Shrine had a delicate relationship with the capital city, so neither side had opened a special line. Thus, the spirit shells brought by the capital city couldn't be used here. Priest Qin Yu has agreed. We will hurry over and arrive soon. Shuizheng ordered and the group turned. Moments later, Turtle Origin stepped down from the carriage. He looked up at the majestic sea god palace. A complex light flashed in his eyes before he immediately composed himself. He climbed up the steps and soon sat across from Qin Yu in the side hall. Senior Turtle, I haven't seen you for several years, but you are still as elegant as ever. Qin Yu smiled and cupped his hands together. Turtle Origin's eyes shrank. Qin Yu, you are indeed extraordinary. In just a short 4 years, your cultivation has risen to such a degree. I'm afraid that in a few more years, even I won't be able to do anything to you. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Senior Turtle praises me too much. These 4 years, you've been in the Moon Crescent tribe? No, I just came back 2 months ago. Qin Yu thought for a moment. In the past, I obtained many harvests from the sea region. Now that I have the chance, I certainly hope to repay the sea races. Turtle Origin curled his lips. He had an expression that said, I'd be a fool to believe you. Let's get down to business. His Majesty asked me to ask you, is it true that he helped you reach Nascent Soul? Qin Yu smiled. With the spies in the capital city, could they not have obtained accurate information? Turtle Origin said solemnly, this old man wants you to say it personally. Qin Yu nodded. It's true. Turtle Origin had a strange look in his eyes. He looked at Qin Yu as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he swallowed his words. Now tell me your conditions. Qin Yu smiled. Senior Turtle, there is no need to be anxious. I have already asked Moon Praying Shrine to make preparations. The news will soon be announced and you will know at that time. Mr. Turtle frowned. A foreboding premonition rose in his heart. And this premonition was confirmed not long after. To continue this chapter, please turn page, verified. Moon Praying Shrine exclusively sold jade slips that recorded the price needed to reach Nascent Soul. There were only 100 of them, and each one was priced at 10,000 spirit stones. What? You think it's too expensive? Then please help yourself. When our Moon Praying Shrine does business, we have always adhered to the principle of fairness and justice. We will never force anyone to buy or sell. But if we don't buy jade slips and instead listen to hearsay, then if something is wrong, then our Moon Praying Shrine will not take responsibility. As soon as the jade slips appeared, they immediately drew countless denunciations. But the situation was that everyone was cursing and fighting over them at the same time. The 100 jade slips were soon sold out. In the words of the Lord Priest, although 1,000,000 spirit stones wasn't much, mosquito meat was still meat. Moon Praying Shrine was a large organization, so it was always good to be able to subsidize a little. With 100 jade slips, there were too many people and news would leak out. So, it wasn't long before most of the seafolk learned of the conditions recorded within. For the first 50 nascent soul spots, the Netherworld Sea region's Netherworld realm would produce soul beads that could be used as currency. 3 soul beads could be exchanged for a single nascent soul spot. Of course, the premise was that the cultivator exchanging for it had to follow all of Moon Praying Shrine's arrangements and also have the strength to draw down heavenly tribulation. As for the last 50 nascent soul spots, they would be auctioned off. Soul beads would still be the preferred currency, but other treasures could also be used. The conversion ratio was 1 soul bead was equal to 40 million spirit stones. Among them, treasures that strengthened the soul and mortal body could be valued at different prices depending on how precious they were. Countless cultivators that weren't able to purchase a jade slip turned their heads and looked through it. To their surprise, they discovered that the price of a soul bead had risen by several times over. Moreover, on the market, nearly all of the soul beads in circulation had disappeared. It was like someone had already known about this and had bought them up ahead of time. Soon, Moon Praying Shrine announced that the few soul beads they had in stock would be publicly sold. Of course, it wasn't a clear price, but an auction where the highest bidder would win. Instantly, countless people gnashed their teeth. One didn't need to be an idiot to know that this massive purchase of soul beads was inextricably linked to Moon Praying Shrine. In fact, this was a method that the so-called sea spirit caretakers had joined forces with Moon Praying Shrine to make a fortune. In fact, their guess wasn't wrong. But even if they knew, they could only endure it in this situation. Many people hesitated. The price of a soul bead was shockingly high. They began to worry that this was a trick of Moon Praying Shrine. If they couldn't break into Nascent's soul after purchasing it, then they really wouldn't have a place to cry. At this time, a lucky seafolk wandering cultivator took 3 soul beads and found Moon Praying Shrine. Instantly, countless cultivators focused on him. Before, when Moon Praying Shrine's 10 nascent souls broke through, it was shocking. But in the end, this was only a rumor. No one had seen it with their own eyes. Now, they would soon find out what the effects were. The result was that the seafolk that were paying attention to this matter obtained shocking news the next day. Black clouds gushed out from nothingness, weaving together into a great curtain that covered the skies above Moon Praying Shrine. A terrifying aura sprinkled down. Nascent soul, heavenly tribulation. Heavens, he really crossed tribulation. I saw that person yesterday. His cultivation is inferior to mine, and he is also a wandering cultivator without any foundation, so how could he possibly cross tribulation? The result will be revealed soon. Bang! The first bolt of heavenly tribulation. The terrifying tribulation thunder roared and vanished deep into Sea God Palace. Without pausing, there was another loud bang as the second bolt of tribulation thunder arrived. Then the third. When the tribulation clouds above began to disperse, many seafolk were still dizzy and hadn't regained their composure. This was it. How could it be so fast? Moreover, where was the strength of the 3 bolts of heavenly tribulation? After entering Sea God Palace, it was like they had vanished into thin air. And most importantly, 3 bolts of heavenly tribulation had actually descended. Could it be he had succeeded? Everyone's eyes widened. It was like there were thousands of wild cats hiding in their hearts, scratching them to death. Luckily, they didn't have to wait too long. The first wandering cultivator was personally escorted out of Sea God Palace by the Lord Priest. This person's face was full of smiles, his grin nearly reaching his ears. And what was most terrifying was the faint pressure that filled the air around his body. This was the result of his boundary rising and his strength not being restrained, allowing it to naturally emit outwards. Nascent soul, it really was a nascent soul. There was a deathly silence outside Sea God Palace. The Lord Priest swept his eyes around and cursed these people for being country bumpkins. He never imagined that he wouldn't have been much better off than these people. He coughed and said, "Everyone, since my Moon Praying Shrine dared to make such a promise, we naturally have absolute confidence in our abilities. This fellow Taoist Fiery Rain has already reached Nascent Soul, and just yesterday he was a perfect golden core. I believe that many of you have seen fellow Taoist Fiery Rain. The truth is right before your eyes. Do you still want to wait? It's true. That's right, I saw this person approach Sea God Palace with my own eyes. In just a single day, he actually reached Nascent Soul. This is impossible, this is impossible." In the chaos, one of Fiery Rain's companions took out a soul mark and confirmed his identity. The chaos reached its peak. "Hurry and find the soul bead. The price has risen again, it's risen again. I can't afford it. If you can't buy it, then steal it. If you can't steal it, then look for it yourself. That's right, the soul bead is in the Netherworld Sea region. I'm going now." Everyone went crazy. In just a single day, the first 50 nascent soul spots had all been exchanged up. Although soul beads were rare and precious, to a true top influence, as long as they were willing to put in the effort, they would eventually be able to find them. The only question was how much they had to pay. Moon Praying Shrine made a great profit. The profits were so rich that even the wealthy high-level figures of Moon Praying Shrine secretly clicked their tongues. Then, they beamed with joy. This business deal was something that he had to get. But thinking about it, the Lord Priest's lips twitched at the thought of giving Qin Yu a large portion of the profits. However, as he stood in the side hall, Qin Yu accepted the spirit stones and casually tossed over a storage shell. The Lord Priest probed it with his divine sense, and was stunned for a moment. He cursed inwardly, how shady. But this old man liked it. Inside the storage shell were 100 soul beads. Qin Yu smiled. I'll have to trouble Lord Priest to help me sell them. 20% of the profits can be considered as repayment to Lord Priest. The Lord Priest brightly smiled. Priest Qin Yu is too polite. Please rest assured that I will definitely sell them for a high price. As Qin Yu watched him leave, his lips curled up in a smile. Because of his appearance, the value of soul beads had risen far too much. If he sold them now, it would be the best time to make a great profit. And most importantly, the soul beads that he sold would eventually return to his hands. After all, if someone was willing to spend a great deal of money to buy soul beads now, it was definitely because they wanted to break into nascent soul. If they wanted to break into nascent soul, then they had to look for him, Qin Xiaoqiang. Bah, it was Qin Yu, that damned old Wang. That mysterious Miss Spirity from Immortal Eclipse Valley had once said that the soul mushroom needed a massive amount of spiritual strength to make a breakthrough. Since she knew the state of the soul mushroom, in addition to her speculations, he naturally had to pay attention to her words. Qin Yu didn't know exactly how much he needed, but the scene of him forming his 5-element golden cores was still vivid in his mind. Thus, it wasn't wrong to prepare a bit more spirit stones. ######. I feel dizzy and a bit feverish. I also feel like I want to fall sick. I haven't been satisfied lately, so I won't force myself. I owe 5 chapters. Once my son is discharged from the hospital, I will return them to everyone. I won't say any apologies. Everyone, good night. Chapter 221. The Lord Priest was a clever person. Qin Yu had only mentioned the idea of bidding for the remaining 50 nascent soul spots, but in a short period of time the Lord Priest had expanded it to an extremely complete degree. For example, the auction would be held irregularly, and the priority would be to obtain soul beads every time. If one wanted to replace them with other treasures, the value of the soul beads would have to be twice that of the soul bead. Also, people would be sent to constantly spread the news. Every time a person was auctioned off, it would cause a huge commotion and make everyone feel pressured. Needless to say, the effect was really not bad. At the very least, the profits from the auction spots were frighteningly high, causing the Lord Priest to laugh so hard that his eyes almost popped out of his head. Of course, in order to earn this kind of windfall, one needed to have great strength as a guarantee. Otherwise, before one could even start to plan, one would be slapped to the ground. Luckily, Moon Praying Shrine had enough strength to swallow up this fat piece of meat. As for Qin Yu, he didn't plan on staying in the sea region for long to begin with, so there was nothing to fear. Sea God Palace, Side Hall. Qin Yu held the soul mushroom and placed a soul bead close to it. Mist gushed out from it and was absorbed in several breaths of time. Pa, the soul pearl shattered into powder. As this scene fell into his eyes and he thought about how the outside world had been hyped up for an astonishing price, he couldn't help but bitterly smile. He thought that this was simply eating up one mountain of gold after another. If it weren't for the fact that the soul mushrooms were too precious, he would have taken advantage of this opportunity to make a massive profit. The only thing that comforted Qin Yu was that, as it swallowed the soul beads, the soul mushroom's growth accelerated. There were changes almost every day. Of course, these changes were very minute and required careful observation to notice. Luckily, Qin Yu had enough patience. If the soul mushroom was 1,000 years old, one could refine it and obtain a partner soul. What kind of treasure was this? Even if he had to expend a lot of effort to obtain it, it would be worth it. At this time, a respectful voice sounded out from outside the hall. Priest Qin Yu, Sega City's special envoy requests an audience. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. Invite them in. He put away the soul mushroom and straightened his robes. With the sound of cheerful footsteps, Sang Ye's blushing face appeared in front of him. Big brother Qin Yu. The little girl, who hadn't changed much, was incomparably excited. Qin Yu was all smiles. Ye, you also came. Why didn't you come to see me earlier? Sang Ye stuck out her tongue. The woman had a helpless expression. Who would have thought that the reason the young miss had refused to appear before was because she was worried that Qin Yu would be too embarrassed to collect payment from Sega City. This reason was truly ridiculous. Everyone knew that girls couldn't be left at home. But this young lady's performance was far too shocking. If it weren't for her false report that Qin Yu might be leaving soon, this little ancestor wouldn't have come over. She clearly wanted to see him, but for Qin Yu's benefit she forcefully endured it. The woman shook her head inwardly. She feared that the madam's plan to have the young miss come would fail. Well, seeing that the young miss wasn't prepared to speak, the woman had no choice but to speak herself. I greet Priest Qin Yu. My Sega City wishes to obtain a portion of the nascent soul spots, but soul beads are far too rare. I hope that Priest Qin Yu can bend the rules a little. Qin of Qin Shao of benefit of Hua of priest, Qin he, soul, of Wang of price of time of soul spirit, of this she of spirit, of this. Soul beads are rare, but if you spend a great deal of money you can always find some. Could it be that our Sega City lacks spirit stones? Qin Yu's lips curved up in a smile. He looked at the dull woman. At this time, 2 words were clearly written on her face. This chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page. Heartbroken. Moreover, she couldn't be stuffed any more. Yeah, what you say isn't right. Sega City has helped me greatly. Knowing how to repay favors is a virtue. You don't want me to be an ungrateful person, right? Qin Yu looked at the woman. From today on, Sega City only needs a single soul bead to obtain a nascent soul spot. But the most I can give you is 5. In the 3-to-1 exchange stage, Sega City should be able to snatch a few. With these 5, their harvest should be more than enough. And indeed, the woman smiled. She bowed. Thank you, Priest Qin Yu. Humph humph. Priest Qin Yu is truly magnanimous to casually waive most of Sega City's needs. Could it be that my capital city doesn't owe you any favors? Turtle Origin walked in with a gloomy face. The guards outside hadn't appeared. It was clear they had already been subdued. With his cultivation, it wasn't difficult for him to quietly accomplish this. Qin Yu had a calm expression. I have some favors with the capital city, but compared to Sega City, they are still a bit lacking. Senior shouldn't deny this. Turtle Origin coughed, unable to refute him. In the past, they had tacitly agreed that Qin Yu had been hunted down by the Whale Sovereign. Because of this, their friendship had nearly been exhausted. Qin Yu changed the topic. However, Senior and His Majesty once appeared to protect my life. Even if there is a reason for this, I am still grateful. He hesitated for a moment and said, 3 soul beads. As long as the capital city can take out 3 soul beads, I will give you a nascent soul spot. How about it? The old turtle turned and walked away. You said it yourself. I will go call someone now. The woman shook her head. Priest Qin Yu, you have been fooled. The capital city has a specialized hunting boat and they have the most soul bead. Besides Moon Praying Shrine, the capital city has also secretly sold soul beads and made a great profit. They simply don't lack soul beads, they just don't want to pay such a high price. As she spoke, she glanced over. Everyone knew that moon-praying shrine had made the most money, and a portion of it had definitely entered Qin Yu's pocket. Before Qin Yu could say anything, Sangyea whispered, "Isn't that the same as seventh auntie? You are using favors to take advantage of big brother Qin Yu." Her voice wasn't loud, but it was loud enough for everyone to hear. The woman's complexion stiffened. Qin Yu struggled to hold back his laughter. He waved his hand. Little children shouldn't speak nonsense. Thinking back, in order to force White Tiger to break through to nascent soul, he had spent a great deal of effort. Not only had he helped White Tiger cross tribulation for free, but he hadn't received any benefits at all. Now, he could wantonly swallow heavenly tribulation, obtain soul beads to speed up the growth of the soul mushroom, and also obtain countless treasures and spirit stones. Qin Yu was already very satisfied. He spoke some more and asked about Leon. After learning that he was in seclusion in Sega City, Qin Yu smiled and didn't say anything. A moment later, the woman pulled on Sangyea and bid her farewells. It was clear she didn't dare to stay any longer. Who knew what this little ancestor would say next? Of course, she also wanted to select 5 people as soon as possible and have them line up to cross tribulation and reach nascent soul. Thinking of this, the woman turned around and looked at the common-looking side hall. In the history of the sea races, when had there ever been a situation where nascent souls spilled out? This Qin Yu was truly mysterious and terrifying. If she thought about it carefully, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing for the mist to treat him like this. Even if the two of them couldn't walk together, if Qin Yu could become closer to Sega City, that would still be a great harvest. Of course, the best result would be for something to happen between Qin Yu and the mist. Thinking of this, the woman couldn't help but feel regret for how she had closely monitored the two of them in the past at the capital city. If she knew this would happen, she would have closed her eyes and covered her ears. If a man and woman were alone together, there would surely be some story between them. As she was regretting this, she saw Turtle. When Yuan-Yi returned, he brought a large group of people with him. Roughly counting, there were more than 30 of them. Didn't this mean that this old turtle had a total of 100 soul beads in his hands? With so many soul beads, he still ran over to ask for a favor from Qin Yu. He was truly shameless. The woman's complexion was ugly. She thought that if the capital city were to suddenly have over 30 nascent souls, who would be their match in the future? Perhaps she wouldn't be able to take revenge for the madam even if several hundred years passed. No, she had to think of a way to obtain more nascent soul spots. Suppressing these chaotic thoughts, she quickly left with Sangyea. Looking at Qin Yu's dazed expression, Turtle Origin revealed a smug expression. 33 people, 100 soul beads. I'll give the extra one to you as a gift. Qin Yu shook his head. I think Senior has misunderstood. I agreed to exchange 3 soul beads for a nascent soul spot, but there is a limit to the number. He waved his hand. At most 10. That is my bottom line. Turtle Origin frowned. 10 is not enough, at least 20. Priest Qin, you should know just how many nascent souls you have added to the sea region during this time. Each one of them is an uncertain factor and poses an enormous threat to the rule of the capital city. His Majesty needs to control more strength in order to stabilize his position in the capital city. If Priest Qin you cannot satisfy His Majesty in this aspect, I believe His Majesty wouldn't mind personally coming to Moon Praying Shrine to discuss things with you. Threat? This was absolutely a threat. Qin Yu frowned. The truth was that if he purely wanted soul beads, he could have just cooperated with Moon Praying Shrine to achieve his goal. But doing so was the same as provoking public anger. If Moon Praying Shrine's nascent soul powerhouses continued to increase, what would the other influences do? Would they think that since they couldn't obtain a chance, they might as well destroy everything? At that time, Moon Praying Shrine would surely face a great calamity, and Qin Yu would undoubtedly die. Thus, he only gave Moon Praying Shrine 10 nascent souls, and then borrowed their hands to expand this matter to the entire sea region, allowing everyone to share the benefits equally. That old fox priest must have considered this point, otherwise he wouldn't have so easily agreed to Qin Yu's request. Good, then 20 spots. But I will choose the candidates. Qin Yu lifted a hand and pointed. You, and you, none of these people are allowed. The complexions of the sea folk that were pointed out changed. Why can't we? Priest Qin Yu, what is the meaning of this? I refuse to accept this. Qin Yu's complexion was indifferent. It's not just you. As long as it's the whale monster race, I will not give a single spot. The sea folk that were pointed out paled. It was only then that they remembered that this person in front of them had a deep grudge with the whale sovereign. But for you to be so rude and unreasonable as to implicate us, isn't that a bit too unreasonable? Turtle Origin frowned. Qin Yu, they are all loyal to the royal palace. Qin Yu coldly said, impossible. If Senior does not agree, then the agreement between us will be nullified. Turtle Origin took a deep breath. He waved his hand, indicating that these sea folk were fierce. One of the sea folk had a sullen expression. Priest Qin Yu, I am not from the whale monster race, I am from the white shark race. Qin Yu lightly said, I'm sorry, but I am not one of the sea folk, so I don't understand them too well. As for those that look similar to me, I will not agree to any of them. Soon, Qin Yu's attitude towards the whale monster race spread throughout the entire sea region through the indignant mouths of several people. He wouldn't give a single spot to the whale monster race. Moreover, even if they looked similar, they still wouldn't agree. If the former was barely reasonable, then the latter was simply excessive. Chapter 222. The whale monster race was enraged, their close relatives were enraged, and even the similar-looking sea folk were enraged. But no matter how furious they were, there was nothing they could do. To all the sea folk influences, Qin Yu was the most important treasure. If anyone dared to touch him, they would only be seeking their own destruction. Slowly, the curses towards Qin Yu began to shift towards the whale monster race. In particular, those sea folk that had been implicated in this matter gnashed their teeth in hatred. If it weren't for your whale monster race, would we have ended up in such a miserable state? Nascent soul, this was a chance to reach nascent soul. Now, the various sea folk races were taking advantage of this chance to wildly increase the strength of their people. But they could only stare helplessly on as the other sea folk races grew stronger and stronger. As time passed, their status would inevitably fall. Damned whale monster race. Bastards! In the following days, many battles erupted in the sea region. These battles involved the whale monster race, causing over 10 whale monster clansmen to die where they stood. Anger, resentment, and even unwillingness began to surge within the whale monster race. At some unknown time, a phrase began to circulate: if it weren't for the whale sovereign, the whale monster race would never have fallen to such a situation. Of course, these words were only spread in secret. No one dared to speak of them on the surface. The whale sovereign's absolute strength was the greatest guarantee of his rule. In the Grand Hall, the whale sovereign had a faint expression. This matter is aimed at me. Do you have any countermeasures? Below, the advisors all lowered their heads, none of them daring to speak. They were all intelligent and resourceful individuals. In these past years, they had helped the whale sovereign solve many problems. But this time, things really weren't easy to deal with. As time passed, news that the mysterious sea spirit caretaker was Qin Yu was already known to the majority of the sea folk. As for his hatred with the whale sovereign, it was also common knowledge. Since this was the case, rejecting the whale monster race was a reasonable explanation no matter where he went. Although it was too rude and overbearing to look alike, in the end, all enmity would fall onto the head of the whale monster race. And most importantly, because he could help the sea folk break into nascent soul, Qin Yu was simply invincible. Even the whale sovereign didn't dare to attack him. Looking at the silent Grand Hall, the whale sovereign waved his hand. You may leave. His voice was still calm, without the slightest fluctuation. The aides bowed in shame and turned to leave. In the blink of an eye, the only one left was the Whale Sovereign. A cold light surged in his eyes. Qin Yu, you still don't understand that strength decides everything. No matter how many tricks you play, you will never be able to shake my position. As for me, I only need one chance to kill you completely. This time, I won't give you any chance to live. Qin Yu asked to see the priest on his own initiative. After a brief moment of surprise, he was immediately invited in. The priest was all smiles. Priest Qin, how come you are free today? If there's anything you need, just let someone know. There's no need to make a trip yourself. Of course, he had to be polite to the god of fortune. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Priest, may I ask if the Whale Sovereign has ever placed a spy within Moon Praying Shrine? The priest's eyebrows rose up. Priest Qin Yu, what is the meaning of this? Qin Yu lightly said, It's nothing. I just hope to borrow the priest's hand to give him a chance to assassinate me. The Lord Priest's eyes brightened. It looks like Priest Qin wants to move against the Whale Sovereign. But I can't see through what meaning there is in doing so. Qin Yu smiled, not saying anything. The Lord Priest thought for a moment. Very well, I will arrange it. I hope that Priest Qin Yu can give me a pleasant surprise. To Moon Praying Shrine, the Whale Sovereign was the highest peak powerhouse in the capital city. If they could borrow Qin Yu's hand to eliminate him, that would be a good result. Although, the Lord Priest didn't think this would work. 2 days later, there was an assassination attempt in Sea God Palace. A priest that had hidden himself for many years suddenly attacked Qin Yu. Caught off guard, Qin Yu was severely wounded. Following that, Sea God Palace announced that they would temporarily suspend all arrangements for crossing tribulation. As for when they would recover, they didn't mention it at all. Instantly, a great uproar was set off. Countless seafolk were enraged, especially those that were about to cross tribulation. They wished that they could tear apart the assassin's corpse. Then, news of Qin Yu's severe injuries spread out from Sea God Palace, causing their anger to erupt like a volcano. Sea God Palace strictly interrogated them. But with the joint efforts of all sides, they soon obtained information about the assassin. It was the Whale Sovereign's spy. As they thought about how Qin Yu had rejected the whale monster race and pushed them into an awkward and passive position, even his motives were clear. Alright, then there was nothing else to say. It was the Whale Sovereign. That's right, the Whale Sovereign was extremely strong. In terms of pure strength, he could be called the highest peak existence in the sea region. If they fought, there was no one that could be his match. But, to deal with a single person, there was more than one option. For several days, the whale monster race suffered heavy losses one after another. Not only did all aspects of their business stagnate, but even some friendly races and influences were incomparably cold towards them. When the whale monster race went out, they no longer had a cold and arrogant appearance. This was because no matter where they went, they would receive a massive number of icy gazes. An even greater wave of slaughter occurred that involved the whale monster race. The number of deaths caused the high-level figures of the whale monster race to curse out loud, their eyes turning red. The whale monster race was a high-level race, and the number of their clansmen born wasn't high. If they continued to die like this, then it wouldn't be too many years before they would decline. Moreover, the most terrifying thing was that no matter how powerful a race was, once they were abandoned by everyone else, the final result would be complete annihilation. No one thought that just because Qin Yu was assassinated, the whale monster race, such a powerful and illustrious race, would be forced into such a cruel and dangerous situation. Sea God Palace Side Hall. In the eyes of the seafolk outside, the severely wounded Qin Yu was sitting cross-legged, his expression calm and natural. Not too long ago, the Lord Priest had been sitting across from him, vaguely expressing his protest to him. This was because Qin Yu's current actions had already harmed Moon Praying Shrine's profits. However, after receiving Qin Yu's reminder, the Lord Priest smiled and left. He had to take advantage of the unstable hearts of the people and the falling price of soul beads to secretly purchase another batch. Once Qin Yu recovered, he would naturally be able to make a massive profit. After sitting quietly for a while, Qin Yu muttered, "It's about to begin." He had never been a broad-minded person. He liked to take revenge as soon as possible. Since there was a chance, why would he continue waiting? If he allowed his enemies to live another day in this world, then he wouldn't even be able to take a breath of relief. So, Qin Yu really did want to move against the Whale Sovereign. What he was doing now was only the first step. The Whale Sovereign sat high above. He was covered in black armor and his entire body was shrouded in darkness. His face was expressionless, but there was a hint of ridicule in his eyes. It was unknown whether he was ridiculing Qin Yu for trying so hard and yet he could only play such petty tricks, or whether he was ridiculing himself for being helpless in the face of such petty trick. After a moment, the Whale Sovereign spoke up. He lightly said, "Come in." The doors to the hall were pushed open from the outside. Tall figures filed in, all of them with dignified expressions, but their eyes were filled with anticipation. At this time, he had summoned everyone here. Could it be that the Lord Whale Sovereign already had a solution? But as they heard the following news, all the whale monster clansmen's eyes widened. They fiercely looked up, their faces filled with shock. They suspected that they had heard wrong. The Whale Sovereign lightly said, "You didn't hear wrong. I will step down from my status as the Whale Sovereign. From now on, I will no longer have anything to do with the whale monster race." This was indeed the best way to resolve the current problem. The reason Qin Yu targeted the whale monster race was because of the Whale Sovereign. If the Whale Sovereign gave up his status as the Whale Sovereign, then Qin Yu certainly wouldn't have any reason to continue making things difficult for him. "My lord, you absolutely cannot. When has my whale monster race ever feared provocation? How could you give up your status just because of a temporary predicament?" Taking a step back, even if my lord gives up your status, Qin Yu might not necessarily change his attitude towards my whale monster race. My lord, please reconsider your decision. Do not make an impulsive decision in the heat of the moment. The Whale Sovereign remained unmoved. He waved his hand and said, "I have already decided on this matter. There is no need for you to speak any further. You may leave." He stood up. "Remember, from this day forth, I no longer have any relationship with the whale monster race." Shwa, a black shadow flashed and the Whale Sovereign vanished from sight. Soon, news of the whale monster race's great changes spread throughout the sea region at an astonishing speed. Countless seafolk widened their eyes, shock mixed with a trace of admiration. To make a prompt decision and give up one's status, this wasn't a decisive ability that just anyone could possess. What the Whale Sovereign did was undoubtedly a smart move. Although he announced that he no longer had anything to do with the whale monster race, anyone who believed him would be a fool. By giving up his status and simultaneously removing all the burdens and restrictions on his body, who would dare to offend the Whale Sovereign who came and went without scruples? As this news spread out, the ice that sealed the whale monster race began to thaw. The next day, Sea God Palace announced that Priest Qin Yu's injuries had been brought under control and that arrangements for crossing tribulation would soon resume. Not too far away from Moon Praying Shrine, on an underwater mountain peak, the black-armored Whale Sovereign's lips curled up. "Qin Yu, since you want to force me to leave the whale monster race, then I will help you along. Now that I am all alone, if you want to kill me, then this is your best chance. Then I will wait for you here." The Lord Priest met with Qin Yu. After some thought, he said, "Priest Qin Yu, you forced the Whale Sovereign away. Although you caused him to lose his status and even caused him to lose face in front of all the seafolk, this wasn't a good move. The Whale Sovereign will lose his restrictions and move from the light to the shadows. If you want to deal with him, perhaps he will have already locked on to you." These words were direct and sincere. Qin Yu knew that the Lord Priest didn't want anything to happen to him. This was because no matter how he considered it, having Qin Yu alive was the most advantageous to Moon Praying Shrine. He nodded. Thank you for the advice. The Lord Priest had a serious expression. After several breaths of time, he nodded. It seems that Priest Qin Yu has already made preparations. Then I can rest assured. 5 days later, the crossing tribulation began once more. The seafolk that were waiting in line all let out sighs of relief. In order to obtain this spot, they had spent a great deal of effort and paid a great price. If they hadn't obtained anything, they might have even thought of killing themselves. Chapter 2:23. Within Moon Praying Shrine, the intervals between heavenly tribulation began to shorten. Every 2 or 3 days, a seafolk would successfully cross tribulation and reach the nascent soul realm. With so many new nascent soul powerhouses appearing, most of them weren't able to control their own strength. Their aura leaked out, causing the spiritual strength in the outside world to become chaotic. And in this chaos, there were some inconspicuous traces that were well hidden. For instance, today there were 20 golden core seafolk that were quietly gathering somewhere. Most of them didn't recognize each other, but from their clothes and demeanor, they could easily judge that they were seafolk with no background. This time, Qin Yu had stirred up trouble for the little blue lamp, causing the number of nascent soul powerhouses in the sea region to explode. But the ones who truly benefited were the members of the various large influences. For instance, the capital city, Moon Praying Shrine, Sega City, and so forth. Wandering cultivators with no background had limited financial resources and connections. If they wanted to obtain a nascent soul spot, it would be extremely difficult. As for hunting soul beads in the Netherworld Sea region, some time ago, it was unknown what happened, but a terrifying tsunami suddenly erupted in the Netherworld Sea region. It was said that several newly ascended nascent souls had been preparing to hunt for soul beads to make a great profit, but they had disappeared without a trace in this tsunami. There was also a massive number of seafolk's golden core masters that had gone missing. Even today, the Netherworld Sea region continued to experience endless storms. Of the seafolk that tried to enter, not a single one appeared. The path to hunt for soul beads had been cut off. This was the same as cutting off their last chance of obtaining a nascent soul spot. Just as they were in pain and bewilderment, someone secretly came looking for them. That person didn't say much, but with a single sentence, they all gathered here without hesitation. Do you want to reach nascent soul? Nonsense, of course I wanted to even in my dreams. A golden core wasn't weak, but compared to a nascent soul, the difference was like the heavens and earth. If one became a nascent soul, not only would their lifespan increase, but they would also become a true powerhouse and their status would rise in all aspects. If it weren't for this, how could they have obediently gathered here? But soon, when they learned that the one who had gathered them here was this little girl in front of them, anger gushed out from their eyes. A little girl with a cultivation that had just barely reached the golden core realm actually dared to fool them and waste such precious time. Did she want to die? However, this little girl's noble temperament made it so that they didn't dare to act recklessly. But their complexions had already become extremely ugly and gloomy. Sangye lightly said, "Are you disappointed? Very angry? I know that your time is precious, but my time is even more precious than yours, so to be able to maintain a bit more patience is the smartest thing about you all." She turned and bowed slightly. "Priest, please come out." The black-robed man stepped out from the shadows and exposed himself to the light. He pulled down his hood, revealing a calm face. Qin Yu swept his eyes around and smiled. "The one who gathered everyone here today is me." The 20 golden core cultivators stared with wide eyes, filled with disbelief, but they soon turned into ecstasy. It was Qin Yu. It was Qin Yu. Recently, if one were to choose the top 10 most famous figures of the sea races, then Qin Yu would absolutely be ranked first. His voice, appearance, physical features, and all sorts of other detailed information had already spread throughout the entire sea region through a jade slip. Of course, Moon Praying Shrine also made a small profit from this. With the secret of the mysterious sea spirit caretaker labeled, even if the price was a bit higher, they still sold like hotcake. Qin Yu waved his hand. Everyone, please sit. Suppressing their excitement, the 20 golden core cultivators bowed and sat down. Qin Yu continued to say, I know that everyone is curious, so I won't waste any more time. Let's get straight to the point. Everyone should be well aware that I have a grudge with the Whale Sovereign. I can help all of you reach Nascent Soul, and in return, I hope that everyone here can help me kill him. He was indeed direct enough. The complexions of the 20 golden core cultivators changed, their eyes shaking. The Whale Sovereign was a peak powerhouse of the sea region. In the rumors, he was a terrifying existence that was only a bit weaker than His Majesty in the palace. How could such a formidable existence be easy to kill? If they weren't careful, then let alone killing someone, they feared they might even lose their lives. There was a deathly silence. Everyone was silent. Sangyea revealed an anxious look. But before she could say anything, Qin Yu turned and smiled, indicating that it was fine. That's right. The Whale Sovereign is strong, but he is only a single person right now, and has no relation to the whale monster race. Killing him won't stir up any more trouble. Moreover, if I don't have some assurance, I won't help. After all, I only have a single life and I cherish it very much, so I won't casually take risks. Seeing some seafolk reveal expressions of interest, Qin Yu continued to say, The reason I chose all of you is because I did a great deal of investigation ahead of time. Everyone here is a solitary person with few worries. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if you fail in the end, the only thing you will have to pay is your own life. But if you succeed, you can use your nascent soul status to live proudly in this sea region. A sea race golden core said in a low voice, Priest Qin Yu, I admit that what you say is correct, but everyone knows that the Whale Sovereign and the Whale Monster race's separation from each other is only an expedient measure. How could the two sides become strangers? Even if we kill the Whale Sovereign, I fear that we will have to face the pursuit of the Whale Monster race for the rest of our lives. The result will be tragic. These words caused the complexions of many seafolk to change. Qin Yu nodded. You're right, so I invited her here. He turned and smiled. Then, I'll leave the rest to you. Sangyea's face tightened. She took a deep breath and nodded. Everyone, if you agree to my conditions, then before Priest Qin Yu helps you make a breakthrough, you must first sign a contract with me. After signing the contract, you will obtain a territory and become the ruler of that territory. With 20 nascent souls united, this is a strength that not even the whale monster race can easily shake. Moreover, I will give you a certain amount of help and shelter. Of course, at the same time, I will also become the true ruler of that territory. In other words, in the future, you will all become a hidden force under my command. If the one who said this was Qin Yu, the Golden Core Seafolk might have believed him. But this little girl who was at most 10 years old actually said that she would protect them and become their master. This was simply a joke. No one said anything, but their eyes clearly expressed their thoughts. Sangyea calmly said, Many of you don't know me, but that doesn't matter. I can introduce myself. My name is Sangyea and I come from Sega City's Sang family. My mother is the eldest princess of the sea races and my father is the head of the Sang family. Even if we disregard my uncle who holds the highest authority in the royal palace, I will still inherit the strength of my parents in the future. I believe that I have the qualifications to become your master and provide you with shelter. The Golden Core Seafolk's complexions changed. With their status, it was impossible for them to know more information about the higher-up. But, just what Sangyea said was shocking enough. Sega City's Sang family guarded the bitter cold lands and had a war division at the border. As for that mysterious madam, she controlled Sea Spirit Pavilion. With such a massive sea spirit influence, it was no wonder that Sea Spirit Pavilion had developed so quickly. Anyone that dared to oppose them would be severely punished. So it turned out that her true identity was the eldest princess. In their eyes, such a Sang Yaya instantly became dignified and formidable. Subordinate greets master. We pledge our lives to follow you. The first Golden Corps seafolk knelt down. In the blink of an eye, everyone else knelt on the ground. We are willing to follow master. Sang Yaya let out a light breath. She turned her head, a brilliant smile on her face. She clapped her hands. Soon, someone brought over a contract. The 20 Golden Corps didn't hesitate. After glancing over it, they began to mark their auras on it. The contract ignited on its own, turning to ashes. Greetings, master. Sang Yaya had a dignified expression. Someone will bring you away. Be careful and wait for Priest Chin Yu to help you make your breakthroughs. You may leave. Yes, master. After the 20 Golden Corps left, Sang Yaya stuck out her tongue. How difficult, I almost made a fool of myself. Big brother Chin Yu, did I do well? Chin Yu gave her a thumbs up. You were too amazing. Yaya, you have the demeanor of a ruler. Even I feel awe when I see you. Sang Yaya blushed red. Big brother Chin Yu, you must laugh at me. But soon, she was a bit nervous. Big brother Chin Yu, do you think I can suppress them? Chin Yu smiled. Yaya, you need to be confident. Just like when you introduced yourself just now, with your status and the strength of the contract in your hands, they wouldn't dare to rebel. But these people were clearly raised by Big Brother Chin Yu. I didn't do anything at all. Silly girl, I am a human. In the future I will return to land, so they are useless to me. Chin Yu rubbed her head. I'm going back. As for what happens next, we'll proceed according to plan. After putting on his mask, Chin Yu turned and left. In the inns near Sea God Palace, even though the prices had been raised again and again, there were still countless seafolk waving their spirit stone cards. Even the lower floors, kitchens, storerooms, and other places were filled with people. Brother Turtle, in several days it will be your turn, right? A seafolk spoke with envy. It looks like it won't be long before we have to call Brother Turtle Sr. That's right. Even until today, when Priest Chin Yu took action, there hasn't been a single case of a breakthrough failure. With Brother Turtle's cultivation, there is absolutely no chance of failure. Brother Turtle has reached nascent soul, so I think there shouldn't be any problems with your marriage with the young miss of the Purple Clam family. Your cultivation will rise by leaps and bounds, and you will also be able to bring home a beauty. How I envy you! In the seat of honor, a Turtle Clan cultivator wearing a turtle shell spoke humbly. But he couldn't conceal the joy in his eyes. As he thought about how he would reach nascent soul in several more days, his smile widened. He waved his hand and said, Today I will treat everyone. Everyone, eat and drink as much as you want. Great. We won't return until we're drunk. As they were chatting, in the skies above Sea God Palace, the skies suddenly darkened. Massive black clouds crazily gushed out. This was heavenly tribulation. During this period of time, as long as one stayed within Moon Praying Shrine, they would become immune to its aura. In the inn, the seafolk were startled for a moment before continuing to eat and drink. But this time, heavenly tribulation seemed a bit different. This was because there were far too many black clouds and the area they covered was far too large. It even covered the inn. Rumble Rumble. Chapter 224. Something was wrong with the heavenly tribulation. Of course, this was nonsense. As long as one wasn't blind, they could see what was going on. But the key question was just what was happening that would cause such a ruckus. Suddenly, some unknown seafolk cried out, It's heavenly tribulation fusion. Many seafolk didn't know what heavenly tribulation fusion was, but as long as they did, their complexions paled. In truth, this was a result that cultivators had inadvertently used their own lives to explore. When two or more cultivators crossed tribulation at the same time, the heavenly tribulation would automatically fuse together and the two would be connected together. They would rise or fall together. Although they could join forces to cross tribulation, because of the fusion, the might of the heavenly tribulation would rise to a terrifying degree. At the very least, in the recorded history of the Seafolk, there were a few instances where heavenly tribulation fusion occurred and all those crossing tribulation were turned to ash. The pale-faced Seafolk's first thought was that Sea God Pallas must have made a mistake, otherwise how could they allow people to cross tribulation at the same time? Moreover, looking at the scope and aura of the tribulation clouds, it wasn't as simple as just two people crossing tribulation. As they thought of 3 or even more heavenly tribulations fusing together, the Seafolk felt a chill in their hearts, as if their blood would freeze over. How could this possibly succeed? The Lord Priest's face darkened. He hurried to the side hall, but as he looked up at the boundless tribulation clouds, he clenched his teeth and didn't step in. With things having come to this point, there was no way to reverse the situation. But, if Chin-Yu made a mistake, Moon-Praying Shrine would inevitably be implicated. In the current situation, those that could obtain a nascent soul spot weren't good people. Which one of them didn't have a deep background? If something were to happen to Moon-Praying Shrine, even if it wasn't their fault, they would surely vent their anger on them. With Moon-Praying Shrine's strength, they didn't fear this at all. But this would undoubtedly destroy the plan that Moon-Praying Shrine had painstakingly laid out. This sort of loss was truly unacceptable. What is going on? The Lord Priest roared. It was Priest Chin-Yu. He requested for 3 golden cores to cross tribulation at the same time. We already refused, but he still insisted on doing this. The purple-robed priest responsible for arranging the order of the tribulations bitterly smiled. The Lord Priest frowned. Why didn't you report this? The purple-robed priest paled. Priest Chin-Yu said that you agreed to this. The priest's frown deepened, and he waved his hand to dismiss him. Then, he looked up at the tribulation cloud. With his cultivation base, he could sense every single change in the tribulation cloud. 3 heavenly tribulations had merged together, and the power was terrifying to the extreme. Even he wasn't confident that he could withstand it. Chin-Yu, it's best that nothing happens to you, otherwise my Moon-Praying Shrine will be in trouble and you won't have a good time either. As the priest murmured, the first bolt of tribulation lightning descended. Bang! The tribulation thunder was as thick as a tree. It was like a roaring thunder dragon. The terrifying destructive aura caused all the Seafolk to stop breathing and their hearts to almost stop beating. In the blink of an eye, he arrived above the side hall. The priestess clenched her fist. Shwa! The tribulation lightning disappeared. It was exactly the same as before. Then, there was no then. The Lord Priest loosened his grip and looked at the side hall with shock in his eyes. He discovered that he had underestimated Chin-Yu's mysteriousness. Such a terrifying heavenly tribulation actually disappeared without a trace just like that. How did he do it? At this moment, the Lord Priest had a strong urge. He wanted to know what had happened. Bang! The second heavenly tribulation arrived. It was even thicker and more terrifying. Then, the third heavenly tribulation arrived. This heavenly tribulation was different from the previous 2. This was because after it crashed down, it didn't directly descend. Rather, it tumbled beneath the tribulation clouds, turning into the phantom of a great beast. It was 1,000 feet tall and had 4 limbs. A single horn protruded from its head, and its entire body was bathed in thunder. The Lord Priest's pupils shrank. Thunder Beast. His eyes were filled with shock. With his cultivation and status, he had the qualifications to know some information passed down from ancient inheritances. For instance, the tribulation of the Thunder Beast. Only when a nascent soul took a step further and stepped into divine soul would it appear. This sort of heavenly tribulation was no longer simple tribulation thunder. Rather, it contained a trace of the world's will and possessed an unfathomably mysterious might. The priest's eyes widened. To be able to witness the might of the Thunder Beast would be of great advantage to him when he crossed tribulation in the future. But soon, the priest's heart shook. This was because he discovered that deep within the Thunder Beast's icy cold eyes, there was a trace of fear. The Thunder Beast represented the will of the world, and was the most terrifying strength in the world. Yet, it actually felt fear? How was this possible? But the Lord Priest believed that his eyes couldn't be wrong. Chinyu, just who are you? Rumble, rumble. The tribulation clouds tumbled, as if urging it forward. The Thunder Beast reared its head back and roared. To others, its majesty and momentum was boundless, and those with weaker cultivations were so frightened that they fainted. But the Lord Priest could clearly feel its anger and unwillingness. The Thunder Beast's 4 limbs stomped the ground. Its body turned into a beam of light that shot towards the ground at an astonishing speed. As it approached the ground, its body rapidly turned illusory. All of its strength was focused on its horn. It was like the first ray of light that split apart the heavens and earth, howling forth. Bang! There was a muffled explosion in the side hall, as if something heavy had fallen to the ground. Shockwaves swept outwards, shattering all the windows and doors. Cracks began to appear on the solid ground, spreading outwards like a spider web. The Lord Priest rushed into the side hall. What he saw was Chinyu sitting cross-legged. His complexion was pale, but his eyes were still bright. He looked up and lightly said, "Lord Priest, you have violated the agreement." The Lord Priest frowned. "I am worried that something might have happened." He took a deep breath and said, "Strictly speaking, it was Priest Chinyu who violated the agreement first." Chinyu lightly said, "I need an even stronger heavenly tribulation. Moreover, nothing has happened, right?" The Lord Priest took a step forwards. "Let me examine you." Chinyu's eyes turned cold. The priest stopped. The two people stared at each other, a chill in the air. After a long time, the Lord Priest helplessly smiled. "Very well. Since you insist, I won't do anything about it." He turned and left. Behind him, Chinyu had no expression. He loosened his hands from his sleeves. As he stepped out of the side hall, the Lord Priest looked back and frowned. Chinyu was indeed injured. It could be seen that not even he could completely withstand the Thunder Beast's strength. But he could feel an even greater threat from the injured Chinyu. Just now, the Lord Priest didn't doubt that if he had continued to approach, Chinyu would have turned hostile and attacked him. "Chinyu, you have already exposed far too much. Many people will be interested in you. Even if you refuse me now, what about in the future? Unless you attach yourself to my moon-praying shrine, you will have nowhere to go." Outside of Sea God Palace, countless seafolk were left dumbfounded. Most people already knew what heavenly tribulation fusion was, but it was because of this that they were even more shocked. It was said that multiple golden cores were crossing tribulation at the same time. Even such a terrifying tribulation thunder was quietly erased. Priest Chinyu was far too terrifying. He was simply unfathomable. Soon, news spread out from Sea God Palace. 3 golden cores crossing tribulation at the same time wasn't a mistake in the arrangements, but Priest Chinyu had requested it on his own initiative. Like this, the emotions of the seafolk were ignited once more. In just a short period of time, 3 nascent soul powerhouses had appeared. It was unbelievable. In the inn, the turtle race cultivator had an excited expression. He originally wanted to wait some more time, but since Priest Chinyu could help 3 people cross tribulation at the same time, then it was his turn now. This couldn't be any better. If he waited, there would be variables. Only by truly rising could he rest assured. "Congratulations, Brother Turtle! It won't be long before you reach nascent soul." Sea God Palace stepped forward and sent out 3 newly ascended nascent souls. This attracted blazing hot gazes from all around. But while no one was paying attention, 2 figures quietly left Sea God Palace, blending into the crowd and vanishing from sight. In the side hall, Qin Yu faintly smiled. The second step had begun. From this day onwards, Priest Qin Yu changed the method of crossing tribulation. He would choose 3 golden cores to cross tribulation at a time. Of course, if there was any objection, they could choose to withdraw and Moon-Praying Shrine would return all of their belongings. But in the end, no one reached this step. Although they were trembling with fear, 5 days later, the 3 golden cores obediently followed Sea God Palace's arrangements and began to cross tribulation. Tribulation clouds still blotted out the skies, the pressure causing one to tremble. Even though they had already seen it with their own eyes, seeing it again caused countless seafolk to feel awe from the depths of their souls. The might of the heavens, this was simply not something that the strength of man could contend with. But in the end, the tribulation thunder quietly vanished in the skies above the side hall. However, the thunder beast didn't appear this time. In the side hall, Qin Yu grasped the little blue lamp, a thoughtful look on his face. On that day, after swallowing up the thunder beast, the little blue lamp had undergone some changes. Although he didn't know what had happened, his intuition told him that it was something good. This time, the lightning beasts did not appear. Perhaps the world itself had realized this, and thus made changes. The will of the world knew that heavenly tribulation was extremely beneficial to the little blue lamp. But under the operation of the rules, as long as the seafolk crossed tribulation, it had no choice but to send down tribulation thunder and watch helplessly as the little blue lamp swallowed it up. Thinking of this, the will of the world was actually quite sorrowful. Of course, Qin Yu wouldn't underestimate the will of the world because of this. It was controlled by the rules, but it was also a part of the rules. As long as there was a chance, it would attack with all its strength and erase him along with the little blue lamp. How could the power of heaven and earth be easily resisted? He took a deep breath and suppressed his tumbling thoughts. He put away the little blue lamp and took out the soul mushroom, carefully observing it. After a long time, helplessness appeared in his eyes. He had swallowed close to 200 soul beads, yet he still hadn't completed his transformation. Fortunately, there was still time. He hoped that the soul mushroom could evolve to 1,000 years old as soon as possible. Capital City. On the dragon throne, the sea sovereign was watching a video of Qin Yu helping 3 golden cores cross tribulation for the first time. He watched earnestly, not missing a single scene. In fact, he had watched this video no less than 10 times. Even so, when the Thunder Beast Phantom appeared in the final moment, his expression was still dignified and his breathing unconsciously deepened. Thunder Beast! The sea sovereign muttered to himself. His eyes brightened and he gradually revealed a firm look. Perhaps this solitude shouldn't miss out on this chance. Chapter 225. The soul mushroom's changes came to a sudden stop. Afterwards, it continued to absorb the strength of the soul beads, but there were no longer any changes, as if the strength of the soul beads no longer had any effect. Qin Yu wasn't startled but overjoyed. If his guess wasn't wrong, then after absorbing over 300 soul beads, the soul mushroom's growth had reached a bottleneck. Once it broke through, it might reach 1,000 years of age. It had only been several years since he obtained the soul mushroom at Immortal Eclipse Valley. If he hadn't inadvertently discovered that the soul beads accelerated the growth of the soul mushroom, then he feared he wouldn't have been able to reach this step even after dozens or hundreds of years. Qin Yu left the side hall. He needed to start arranging as soon as possible and wait for the soul mushroom to transform. The Lord Priest smiled. "Priest Qin Yu, is there something you need?" Qin Yu cupped his hands together. "Lord Priest, does Moon-Praying Shrine have a large-scale method to extract spiritual strength from spirit stones?" The Lord Priest frowned. "Priest Qin Yu, are you preparing to cultivate it?" Qin Yu nodded. "That's right. This sort of array formation isn't considered rare. Our Moon-Praying Shrine has several. With Priest Qin Yu's cultivation, you should choose one that is faster to extract." No, I want the fastest one that can cover the largest area. The Lord Priest's eyes flashed. My moon-praying shrine does indeed have such a method. It is called the Great Moon Praying Array. This array formation can be adjusted according to how many spirit stones are used. The more spirit stones there are, the greater the power and the faster the extraction speed. However, I must inform Priest Qin Yu ahead of time that the Great Moon Praying Array consumes a tremendous amount of spirit stones. I fear it will be a great waste. Qin Yu shook his head. It's fine to waste some spirit stones. I ask Lord Priest to help me arrange the Great Moon Praying Array. He stood up. Please hurry up. As he watched Qin Yu leave, the Lord Priest frowned. He was a bit confused as to what Qin Yu was planning. Cultivating? He didn't even need to think about it. Could it be related to him resisting heavenly tribulation? The Lord Priest's eyes brightened. Moon Praying Shrine responded with godly speed. Soon, they constructed an array formation in the shape of a full moon. It was unknown what material was used to refine the array formation, but it seemed to be made of some sort of metal that was carved into the ground. It shined with a bright silver light, similar to moonlight. Perhaps this was the origin of the Great Moon Praying Array's name. When the array formation was completed, Moon Praying Shrine's seafolk respectfully bowed and drew back. Although the various tribes had always had a cold attitude towards humans, Qin Yu was clearly not one of them. With his current status, he would be treated as an honored guest no matter where he went. Qin Yu flicked his sleeves and took out a pile of spirit stones. He placed them into the Great Moon Praying Array, and the array formation began to revolve on its own. The pure spiritual strength contained within the spirit stones gushed out like a broken dam. Qin Yu didn't pay attention to the wildly scattering spiritual energy. He focused on the circulation of the array formation. After a long time, he didn't notice anything wrong, so he let out a sigh of relief. However, even if he didn't find anything wrong, he still didn't lower his guard. He was well aware that the Lord Priest was extremely curious about the method to resist heavenly tribulation. Since there was a chance to investigate it, he wouldn't miss it. Luckily, Qin Yu wasn't completely ignorant of array formations. Although he couldn't find anything wrong with the Great Moon Praying Array, he was still able to lay down another array formation within the Great Moon Praying Array to isolate it from the outside world. If it weren't for this, Qin Yu wouldn't have directly asked Moon Praying Shrine for a method to absorb spiritual strength from spirit stones. The next day, the third day, the fourth day, the soul mushroom still didn't change. But what strengthened Qin Yu's confidence was that the speed at which it absorbed the strength of the soul bead was becoming faster and faster, and the time between digestion was becoming shorter and shorter. The ninth day, the soul mushroom's absorption speed was exaggerated to the point that as long as it approached, all the strength within the soul bead would be instantly sucked dry. Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. He flicked his sleeves and took out all the soul beads in his storage ring. There were over 200 of them, completely submerging the soul mushroom. All the soul beads trembled. One could clearly see the fog-like strength within them being constantly drawn out, rapidly diminishing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It had to be known that this was the strength of over 200 soul beads. If the soul mushroom couldn't absorb it, then perhaps swallowing would be more appropriate. From this, one could imagine just how terrifying its swallowing speed was. Qin Yu frowned. It couldn't be that the strength of 200 soul beads wasn't enough, right? As he was considering whether or not he should ask Moon Praying Shrine for more soul beads, there was a series of loud cracking sounds. Large cracks began to appear on the surface of all the soul beads. This was the first time such a situation had occurred. In the past, when soul beads broke apart, it was only after their strength was exhausted. At this time, over 200 soul beads broke apart at the same time. The pure soul force contained within wildly gushed out, condensing into a mass of fog that was swallowed up by the soul mushroom in several breaths of time. A strange shaking sound appeared. It didn't come from the ears, but from the deepest depths of the soul. At first it was light, but as time passed, it rapidly became violent. It was like a lake that was being stirred, tumbling about. The soul mushroom shook, as if it were about to take the next step of transformation. But it lacked some crucial strength. Qin Yu didn't hesitate. With a flick of his sleeves, an entire mountain of spirit stones appeared, filling every corner of the moon-praying array. The array formation wildly revolved, and a massive amount of spiritual strength was drawn out and then absorbed by the soul mushroom. The palm-sized soul mushroom's swallowing ability was terrifying. With so much spiritual strength, even a nascent soul cultivator would instantly explode. But the soul mushroom didn't feel any discomfort at all. Moreover, it seemed as if its swallowing speed wasn't fast enough. The entire mountain of spirit stones shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. The more the soul mushroom absorbed, the more powerful it would be. He certainly wouldn't feel any heartache over this. With a flick of his sleeves, Qin Yu swept away the powder. Then, he took out another mountain of spirit stones and filled it into the moon-praying array. He had plenty of spirit stones. Even if he needed another 10 spirit stone mountains, he could still take them out. Swallow as much as you want. A third spirit stone mountain. A fourth spirit stone mountain. Suddenly, all of the spirit stones that hadn't been completely absorbed were repelled by some invisible strength, revealing the soul mushroom's main body. Qin Yu's eyes brightened as he stubbornly stared at the soul mushroom. On its light blue surface, red threads suddenly appeared. They spread out in a regular pattern like a giant net. Then, Qin Yu's soul instinctively gave birth to an intense desire. Refine it, refine it, refine it. At this moment, this was the only thought in Qin Yu's mind. It was so strong that he couldn't suppress it. As for Qin Yu, he didn't have any intention of suppressing it. He stepped forwards and grabbed the soul mushroom. Magic power gushed out from his palm, condensing into the phantom of a furnace. That's right, this was the furnace condensed from magic power when refining the 5-element spiritual object. He didn't think about all of this, it was only an instinctive judgment. And in fact, Qin Yu's judgment wasn't wrong. The soul mushroom that was wrapped up by the furnace of magic power rapidly turned illusory. The refining speed was extremely fast. After several breaths of time, there was a light tremble and the furnace scattered, turning into magic power that fused back into Qin Yu's body. He closed his eyes. Suddenly, he felt a part of his body that had been shrouded in darkness suddenly become illuminated. Then, Qin Yu saw himself. A slightly illusory figure was smiling at him. This illusory Qin Yu had a black, white, and gray sphere of light above his head. He stood on a rainbow of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple lights. Qin Yu instinctively knew that this was his soul. Humans had 3 souls, black, white, and gray. And they also had 7 spirits: red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, and purple. There was no need for anyone to tell Qin Yu about these things. It was like after Qin Yu saw his own soul, he instinctively knew about them. And at this time, what illuminated the darkness and allowed Qin Yu to see his own soul was a mirror that rippled like water above the tricolored sphere of light. That's right, this was a mirror. It reflected a second Qin Yu's soul, one that was completely the same as his own soul. Moreover, the most mystical aspect was that Qin Yu could feel that the soul in this mirror was both illusory and real. It was illusory because it was truly only an image. As the surface of the mirror gently fluctuated, it would distort and fluctuate. And it was real because this soul's shadow actually had the exact same aura and strength as his own soul. It was as if Qin Yu could walk out at any time with just a thought. As Qin Yu thought this, the soul's reflection in the mirror really did walk out. It cupped its hands together and said, "Thank you, fellow Taoist Qin Yu, for saving me." It was his appearance, but his voice wasn't. It was somewhat familiar. Qin Yu's pupils shrank. Spirity. The soul's reflection faintly smiled. Its figure rapidly changed. In the blink of an eye, what appeared in front of him was that Miss Spirity that he had met several times in Immortal Eclipse Valley. "That's right, it's me," Qin Yu's soul said. "I think that Miss should give me an explanation." Spirity frowned. "You still don't know? I almost forgot. There is still a final step that you haven't completed. Once you complete it, you will naturally know. I am very weak right now and need to rest. You can leave." His field of vision darkened and his soul vanished from his senses. As if he had been kicked out, Qin Yu's eyes shot open, his complexion dignified. There was a light cracking sound in his hand. The soul mushroom followed the red lines on its surface and broke into countless pieces. At the same time, information directly appeared in Qin Yu's mind. It was very complex and filled with so much information that it left him dizzy. After sorting it out again and again, the general meaning was as follows. The reason that the soul mushroom had a soul was because the spirit of the spiritual wood was inextinguishable. It nurtured a spiritual fire within it, and when the soul mushroom reached 1,000 years of age, the spirit of the spiritual wood would obtain a new life. It would be reborn in the body of the person that refined the soul mushroom, becoming a partner soul. The spirit of the spiritual wood would attach itself to the body and be closely related to the body. It could cultivate on its own initiative, and what it cultivated would be equally divided with the host. It was clear that spirity was the spiritual sense of the spiritual wood that had been turned into a wooden frame in Treasure Pavilion. But according to this information, spirity should be in a state of taking Qin Yu as her master. After all, it was Qin Yu who had granted her a new life. But the truth didn't seem to be like this. Have you ever seen a master forcefully kicked out of his soul space before he even expressed his consent? Qin Yu's face darkened. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open his soul space again. It was like someone had added a lock to it from the inside. This was even more excessive. My soul is there, but I can't go in myself. Is there anything more absurd and ridiculous than this in this world? This was simply preposterous. As Qin Yu was fuming with anger, in one of the 12 main temples of Sea God Palace, the Lord Priest was sitting there, carefully perceiving something from the moonstone in front of him. Chapter 226. This moonstone was an inherited treasure of Moon Praying Shrine. It could sense the situation within the white moon array. This wasn't an arrangement, but an unknown resonance between the moonstone and the array formation. However, that brat Qin Yu was indeed smart. He didn't sense anything wrong and still made other arrangements, causing the moonstone's sensing abilities to be greatly affected. But even so, the Lord Priest still vaguely sensed some news that shocked him. For instance, Qin Yu was drawing support from the Great Moon Praying Array to crazily absorb spiritual strength from spirit stones, as if he were helping some sea spirit grow. As he thought about Qin Yu's status as a purple card sea spirit teacher, this didn't seem strange at all. But what was shocking was that this sea spirit's swallowing ability was truly terrifying. 4 spirit stone mountains, at least 400 million spirit stones. Yet, such a monstrous amount of spiritual strength had been completely swallowed up in just 2 hours. This was simply unimaginable. And this wasn't the most shocking news. Through the moonstone, the Lord Priest could feel intense soul fluctuations within the Great Moon Praying Array. One was obvious and one was obscure. This shouldn't have been considered much, but the key was that there were 2. This meant that there were 2 people within the array formation. One was Qin Yu and the other was a complete stranger. Moreover, this person's soul contained an ancient aura of time. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Lord Priest was shocked. Faintly, he felt as if he had already understood Qin Yu's greatest secret. It was a bit messy. He needed to sort things out. The Lord Priest took a deep breath and calmed his shaking heart. Then, he began to slowly peel away the threads of silk. He felt as if he had found the ultimate truth. What happened should be like this. On a dark night when one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them, Qin Yu inadvertently obtained a mystical sea spirit. Hidden within was the soul of an ancient powerhouse. From then on, with the help of this powerhouse's soul, he rose above the masses and constantly grew stronger. In the eyes of outsiders, he possessed all sorts of inconceivable strength. As for why it was a dark night, and why the Lord Priest's guess was so clear and logical, wasn't this the same for all the main characters in stories? And the most important thing was Qin Yu's ability to resist heavenly tribulation. The Lord Priest had read many books and his knowledge was extremely profound. He could be called one of the most knowledgeable people of the sea races. He had once inadvertently seen a record in an ancient book. It said that after some ancient experts died, their souls were incomparably powerful and could be preserved with the help of a certain item. The souls of these ancient powerhouses were mostly incomplete. If they wanted to restore themselves and come back to life, they needed to swallow a massive amount of heavenly tribulation to force their souls to transform and grow. It was common knowledge that the soul was extremely fragile, and even the slightest injury would cause one to be in so much pain that they wished they were dead. To use one's soul to devour heavenly tribulation, just how powerful must one be in order to accomplish this? Perhaps when such a character was still alive, they could casually wave their hand and the entire moon-praying shrine would be turned to ash. Of course, even if all that was left over was a remnant soul, wanting to destroy moon-praying shrine wouldn't be difficult. The Lord Priest's forehead was covered in a cold sweat. Because of some scruples he had before, he didn't attack Qin Yu. Now, he was deeply glad that he hadn't attacked Qin Yu. Otherwise, he feared he would have already become a corpse. Then, he clenched his teeth at Qin Yu's insidiousness. "You bastard! You have such a terrifying killing weapon in your hand and yet you still pretend to be so harmless. If it weren't for the fact that I am extremely knowledgeable, I fear I would have been deceived by you." Qin Yu didn't know that in the eyes of the Lord Priest, he had already become a sinister villain playing the pig to eat the tiger. At this time, he was gnashing his teeth as he waited for Spirity's response. Refining the soul mushroom should have been something worth celebrating, but who knew that things would turn out like this in the end? As he thought about how his own soul was in that soul space, if he couldn't confirm that it was safe, how could he feel at ease? As Qin Yu was clenching his teeth, within his soul space, Spirity's face was flushed red. She bit her lips, her face full of hesitation. Indeed, after refining the soul mushroom, she had obtained a new life. There was still one final step she hadn't taken, but it wasn't like what Qin Yu said. But Spirity's eyes revealed a firm light. She suddenly flew over and hugged Qin Yu's soul. Her entire body shivered as if she had been struck by lightning. Although she clenched her teeth and endured it, faint moans still escaped from between her teeth. In the outside world, Qin Yu's eyes changed. His face flushed red and his breathing became heavy. An indescribable feeling gushed out from the deepest parts of his body. This sort of wonderful taste was something that even with his powerful will, he still couldn't resist. He instinctively wanted to indulge in it. Suddenly, Qin Yu ruthlessly bit down on the tip of his tongue. With a stabbing pain, a faint fishy smell spread out. He frowned and his eyes regained clarity. If this sudden abnormality wasn't related to Spirity, then Qin Yu didn't believe it at all. Just what had this mysterious woman done to his body? He looked down at the robes that were propped up. Qin Yu didn't feel embarrassed. Rather, his eyes became increasingly cold. After a full hour, this bone-chilling feeling slowly faded away. Qin Yu slowly said, "Spirity, perhaps we need to talk." His words were calm, but a chill circulated between them. After several breaths of time, Qin Yu could feel his soul space open. With a thought, he entered. His soul opened his eyes. Not too far away, he saw a young girl with her back to him. "What did you do?" Spirity lightly said, "Nothing. I just signed a contract with Master. From now on, I am Master's maid." She even spoke with her back to him. Had he ever seen such an arrogant maid? But right now, Qin Yu didn't care about such thoughts. He focused his mind and felt that there was indeed an inexplicable connection between his soul and Spirity. It seemed that what she said wasn't wrong. It was unknown whether or not he could control Spirity's life and death. But at the very least, Qin Yu could confirm that the two of them were bound together for good or ill. That was enough. Following this, Qin Yu had plenty of time to slowly understand her. You rest, I'll be leaving first. Then, his voice turned cold. In the future, do not casually seal up this place. This is my soul space. I hope you can remember that. His soul closed his eyes and Qin Yu's consciousness left. With her back to him, Spirity's body softened and she nearly fell to the ground. Half of her face was covered in a rosy red glow. She bit her lips and looked at Qin Yu's soul, her eyes filled with shame and helplessness. Bastard, if it weren't for the fact that she had no other choice, did he think she was willing to do this? Thinking of this, she gnashed her teeth in hatred. She struggled to sit down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Motes of starlight appeared above the soul space. As if they were being attracted, they constantly fused into Spirity and Qin Yu's soul. Partner soul. One could cultivate the power of the soul and share it with their master. In the side hall, Qin Yu could feel the changes within his body. A smile lifted the corners of his lips. No matter what, he had finally obtained another treasure that could speed up his cultivation. Partner soul, its effects left one filled with anticipation. However, this was a matter for the future. Right now, what he needed to do was kill the whale sovereign. Qin Yu looked up, a cold light flashing in his eyes. The woman discovered that the young Mrs. recent whereabouts had been a bit mysterious. When she tried to investigate, she was immediately met with resistance. This proved that the young miss had already expected this and had made arrangements ahead of time. The woman immediately stopped her investigation. Since the young miss didn't want others to know, she certainly wouldn't do anything. She sighed inwardly. The young miss had finally grown up. The mysterious Sangyea left Moon Praying Shrine's residence. After changing carriages several times and determining that she wasn't being followed, she finally arrived at her final destination. She pushed open a common-looking courtyard door and immediately closed it. After taking several steps in, she discovered that this was a completely different world. There were array formations isolating out all auras, ensuring that no one would discover the person hiding here. Greetings, Master. 20 seafolk bowed in respect. The golden cores not too long ago had all reached nascent souls. Their faces were filled with smiles and confidence. That's right, 20 golden cores had all made breakthroughs. Because of this, Qin Yu had helped over 100 seafolk reach nascent soul. He had long since surpassed the original quota of 100. But no one accused him of not keeping his promise. Instead, they praised him and hoped that Priest Qin Yu would be merciful and continue doing this. But the truth was that Qin Yu had already decided to stop his crazy actions. He had helped the seafolk increase their nascent souls by nearly 200, and that was already terrifying enough. Luckily, the sea region was vast and boundless, so it was barely able to contain them all. Otherwise, it would have long since descended into chaos, with all sides slaughtering each other for their own benefits. If a fierce battle were to erupt in the sea region, causing countless lives to be lost, Qin Yu had absolute reason to believe that the karma of this calamity would be calculated by the world's will and placed upon him. Then, it would find a chance to send down another heavenly punishment. It was true that the little blue lamp could swallow tribulation thunder, but Qin Yu always felt that the methods of the world's will wouldn't be so simple. It was best to be careful in everything. Sangyea nodded. She lightly said, "Rise." Her eyes swept over everyone and she said in a low voice, "I came here today to inform you that it is about to begin." The complexions of the 20 nascent souls changed. But soon, they calmed down. When they first heard this news, they were indeed nervous and fearful. But after such a long time had passed, they were already mentally prepared. In addition, after breaking into nascent soul, their strength had risen and they were also much more confident. So what if it was the whale sovereign? If 20 nascent souls joined forces, wouldn't they have the qualifications to fight him? Moreover, there was also priest Chin. As the fusion of heavenly tribulation appeared, the awe and worship the 20 nascent souls felt towards him broke through the heavens. Outsiders believed that the fusion of heavenly tribulation was 3 golden cores crossing tribulation. But they were well aware that it was 5 golden cores crossing tribulation. Even in the history of the Seafolk, the fusion of 5 heavenly tribulations had never appeared before. Just thinking about the terrifying might of it left one panic-stricken. But to priest Chin, resisting this degree of fusion heavenly tribulation was as simple as eating and drinking. He did it every few days without fail. Just what sort of strength did one need to accomplish this? The whale sovereign was strong, but in the eyes of the 20 nascent souls, priest Chin was in existence no weaker than him. In addition to their assistance from the side, it wasn't impossible to kill the whale sovereign. As they thought of this, a bit more eagerness appeared in their eyes. Chapter 227. Sea God Palace officially announced that priest Chin's arrangements to help priest Chin cross tribulation would be terminated today. This caused a great uproar. Countless seafolk were stirred up. They gathered outside Sea God Palace, waving their arms and shouting out in protest, their faces red with anger. Even the name of Moon Praying Shrine wasn't able to scare them away. The Wolf Riders had received orders to only guard Sea God Palace. If the higher-ups said they wouldn't go too far, then let them do as they pleased. Billowing waves of protest spread through the air. Even in the 12 main temples of Sea God Palace, one could faintly hear them. Separated by a purple coral table, the Lord Priest and Chin sat across from each other. In front of them was tea from the human race, the fragrance wafting through the air. Cough. The Lord Priest coughed. Priest Chin, have you really decided to leave? Perhaps staying at Moon Praying Shrine is the best choice for you. Of course, this is only a reminder from me. As for what you choose, that will depend on Priest Chin's thoughts. Chin glanced at him. From the moment they met, this old fellow had been particularly polite. This didn't seem like his character at all. If he left, then Moon Praying Shrine would immediately lose an astonishing amount of income every day. At this time, shouldn't he be vaguely threatening him? Chin believed that he was absolutely capable of doing such a thing. Sensing Chin's eyes sizing him up, the Lord Priest's heart tightened. He had sensed it. What keen senses! The Lord Priest barely managed to maintain his calm. His lips curved up in a smile, trying to express his good intentions and harmlessness. Luckily, it seemed to be effective. Chin looked away. I am a human and there will come a time when I must leave. I appreciate Lord Priest's good intentions. The Lord Priest didn't dare to say anything else. He nodded. Then, I wish Priest Chin a safe journey. No matter when, as long as you think things through, you can return to Moon Praying Shrine at any time. Chin cupped his hands together. Thank you. He stood up and left. The Lord Priest thought for a moment. Then, he said, Someone come. A blue-robed low-level priest hurried in. Send out the message I have prepared. Immediately. Yes. The blue-robed priest ran out. Chin had a great killing weapon. Knowing this, the Lord Priest was filled with sympathy towards those outside Moon Praying Shrine who were prepared to kill them and steal their treasures. However, this was also a chance to warn them ahead of time. Once they saw how terrifying Chin was, wouldn't they owe him a favor? At this time, those that dared to have thoughts of attacking Chin were all extremely fierce characters. To Moon Praying Shrine, being on good terms with them would certainly be greatly beneficial. As for the whale sovereign, TSK. The great priest shook his head, a look of pity on his face. This fellow was definitely going to fall. Passing through the back door, Chin quietly left Sea God Palace. With his black robes covering his figure, he blended into the crowd, becoming inconspicuous. But soon, he sensed something and turned around to look at Zhang Xian. Not far away, Shuizheng was riding on the back of a sea wolf, leading a pack of wolves. Although they seemed to be patrolling and didn't look in his direction, Qin Yu knew that Shuizheng and the others were responsible for protecting him. After waiting for a moment and seeing that Qin Yu had no intention of leaving, Shuizheng frowned. He patted the sea wolf and walked over. "Priest Qin Yu, we have orders to escort you away." Qin Yu shook his head. "There's no need. You can go back." Shuizheng lightly said, "Priest Qin Yu might not need this, but you are my moon-praying shrine's guest priest. This is the duty and responsibility of a wolf rider, so I ask that you do not refuse." Qin Yu was silent for a moment. Then, he suddenly smiled. "Don't you think that the appearance of your wolf riders will expose me? Originally, I wanted to." He left without a sound. Shuizheng was startled. He hesitated. "Priest Qin shouldn't be able to escape like this, right?" "Haha, of course not. That's why I was just joking." Qin Yu took off his black robes and casually tossed them to the side of the road. "I'm wearing this because I don't want to be blocked in Sea God Palace. If I want to leave, I will do so openly. If anyone wants to stop me, feel free to come." He turned around and strode away. Shuizheng revealed a helpless look. He was puzzled by Priest Qin's actions. However, even though he knew that the road ahead was filled with danger and that countless awe-inspiring gazes were locked onto him, he still dared to do this. This breadth of mind and boldness was rather admirable. "Let's go, follow them." The wolf riders followed closely behind. Shuizheng's appearance was already eye-catching enough. When Qin Yu took off his black robes, he immediately became the center of attention. "It's Priest Qin Yu. He's going to leave. Damn it, the matter about the end is real. My nascent soul, Priest Qin Yu, don't go, don't go." The crowd was restless and restless. Even so, no one dared to block Qin Yu's path. A restless aura filled the air. Although the seafolk didn't know what was happening, they still couldn't help but feel fear rise in their hearts. But there were still smart people. Priest Qin Yu could help a golden core cross tribulation and become a nascent soul. Just what sort of strength was this? How could others not covet it? In Moon Praying Shrine, there was a formidable strength protecting him. He could suppress those covetous eyes in the dark, but once he left Moon Praying Shrine, even if he was a guest priest, he absolutely wouldn't be able to scare them away. This was because those that dared to attack him didn't fear retaliation from Moon Praying Shrine. Moreover, it was unknown how many people had attacked him and how many influences they represented. Even if Moon Praying Shrine wanted to retaliate, they might not have the strength to do so. If they could guess this, how could Priest Qin Yu not? If he already knew this, why did he leave? Was it because he had absolute confidence in his own strength, or was his mind muddled and he believed he was invincible? Although they knew it was disrespectful to think like this, the majority of the seafolk were inclined towards the latter. It had to be known that of these powerhouses hidden outside of Moon Praying Shrine, there was at least one that could be confirmed. And just this one was enough to terrify them. He was the Whale Sovereign. That's right, even though he had separated from the whale monster race and announced that he no longer had anything to do with them, the Whale Sovereign was still the Whale Sovereign. The threat he posed hadn't decreased, but had instead become even more terrifying. Everyone could be sure of one thing, and that was that the Whale Sovereign absolutely wouldn't allow Qin Yu to leave alive. In other words, he would definitely attack today. With such a super powerhouse by his side and so many terrifying existences lurking around, the road ahead could be said to be one of absolute death. If Qin Yu still chose to leave, then the only possibility was that he had lost his mind and was seeking his own death. But there were some people that didn't think this was the case. For instance, in Sea God Palace, there was the incomparably thick-skinned and cunning Lord Priest. For instance, there was the delicate and charming little girl Sangye. Although her eyes were filled with worry, she still forcefully maintained her calm. Of course, there were also some people outside of Moon Praying Shrine who had received a warning from Sea God Palace. Within the jade slips in their hands there were only 4 simple words. Take another look. These words were simple, but they had a deep meaning. To have them take another look meant that there might be a pleasant surprise waiting for them. Some people coldly sneered and crushed the jade slips in their hands. But after a moment of hesitation, they chose to believe it for the time being. In any case, they were just waiting for a moment. With so many people coming together, the competition was sure to be fierce. Taking action later wasn't necessarily a bad thing. As some people decided to temporarily wait and see, Qin Yu and the wolf riders behind him had already arrived at the edge of Moon Praying Shrine. Qin Yu stopped. That's enough. Commander Shui has sent me here. Please return. Shui Jing waved his hand. The wolf riders behind him turned and drew back. But he didn't leave. Qin Yu turned around, his eyebrows furrowed together. Shui Jing lightly said, "The wolf riders haven't received orders to leave the city, but as the commander, I have the right to temporarily step out. I cannot help Priest Qin too much, but it shouldn't be a problem for me to stop 1 or 2 people." Qin Yu's eyes flashed. "Commander Shui, why are you doing this?" Shui Jing was silent for a moment. "Priest Qin Yu, just think of it as me wanting to sell you a favor." Although these words sounded like an excuse, they were filled with sincerity. Qin Yu paused for a moment. He smiled and nodded. "All right, then I will accept." He stepped forwards and officially stepped out of Moon Praying Shrine. Bang! The moment he stepped out of Moon Praying Shrine, a giant hand condensed from seawater came crashing down. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with a cold light. Shui Jing stepped forwards and punched out. "Leave it to me." Qin Yu nodded and continued forwards. Rumble rumble, Shui Jing and the first seafolk that attacked were already locked in combat. This seafolk's entire body was covered in rock-like heavy armor. Every time he attacked, there was an overwhelming force that was hard to resist. However, Shui Jing displayed his tenacity once more. No matter how his opponent's fist potential surged, it wasn't able to pose a threat to him. Another figure appeared in front of Qin Yu. A wild aura tumbled around him, stirring up the seawater like a tide. "Your opponent is me," Shui Jing roared. He lifted a hand and grasped out. All of the seawater froze and was pulled in front of him. "Shui Jing, you are courting death. Don't think that we don't dare to touch you," the 2 seafolk powerhouses roared. Shui Jing was expressionless. "Then come." Qin Yu suddenly smiled. Although the 2 of them hadn't interacted much, he had a rather good impression of this Commander Shui. However, blocking these 2 people was nearly Shui Jing's limit. Now, it wasn't as simple as 2 people trying to deal with him. "Then, let's begin." The seawater gently rippled and a figure appeared. He had white hair and white beard and white clothes that fluttered in the wind. If it weren't for the several slippery tentacles on his head, he would have had quite the bearing. "Priest Qin Yu, this is the first time we meet. I am Sang Yu." Qin Yu smiled. "Have you come to kill me?" Sang Yu coughed. "Cultivating isn't easy, much less reaching Priest Qin Yu's level. Moreover, Priest Qin Yu has helped my seafolk gain many powerhouses and my juniors have also benefited. If Priest Qin Yu is willing to hand them over on your own initiative, I guarantee I won't harm you. It's old man Sang Yu. I heard that he has been in seclusion for many years. I never thought he would come today. Old man Sang Yu, tsk. In the past, he was a ruthless person who massacred an entire tribe with a single strike. After cultivating for so many years, his strength must be even more terrifying." Qin Yu's eyebrows arched up. "Old man Sang Yu, it seems that you are quite famous amongst the seafolk." Sang Yu smiled. "I am indebted to everyone for thinking so highly of me. It's just some empty reputation." Qin Yu earnestly nodded. "That's right, I also think so." Chapter 228. Sang Yu's smile faded. "It looks like Priest Qin Yu is prepared to refuse my good intentions." Qin Yu thought for a moment. I wonder if using you to establish my prestige is enough? Sang Yu's smile was bright. You'll know once you try. His pupils instantly dilated, causing both of his eyes to turn pure black. Qin Yu's eyes were blank. Sang Yu's voice drifted over. You are tired, very tired. Then lie down and rest well. He stepped forward. Qin Yu's aura became increasingly weak before it was completely restrained. Go rest. Sang Yu looked up. A finger with long fingernails slowly pointed out. Suddenly, Qin Yu's lips curved up. He grabbed this finger and forcefully twisted it. Everyone could hear the clear sound of bones breaking. Gotcha, it was pleasing to the ears. Sang Yu cried out miserably. He stepped backwards, his eyes filled with hatred. He never thought that even though he attacked with his full strength, he would fall into a trap. This damned brat, he had actually destroyed his finger. Sang Yu swore that he would make him pay a grievous price. But at this time, Sang Yu's body stiffened. It was like a rusty iron ingot had ruthlessly smashed into his head. Then, a hand grabbed his neck. Fear rose up in Sang Yu's heart. He had immersed himself in the soul for his entire life. Even if he was caught off guard and attacked, as long as he was given several breaths of time, he would be able to break free. Unfortunately, the master of this hand didn't hesitate at all. He forcefully twisted. Gotcha, his neck twisted at an exaggerated angle. At the same time, the pitch-black 100 nether sword quietly pierced into the dantian, piercing through the nascent soul. Qin Yu reached out a hand. With a calm expression, he took away the storage shell. Then, he let go, allowing the tumbling seawater to wash away the corpse. At the edge of Moon-praying shrine, countless seafolk saw this. Then, they couldn't help but gulp and groan inwardly. Sang Yu was a famous expert in the sea region. Yet, he was killed on the spot in such a short time. And what was most terrifying was that there were no ups and downs in the entire process, from start to finish in just a dozen breaths of time. Had Sang Yu underestimated him, or was Qin Yu too strong? Perhaps it was both. In the shadows, many seafolk paled. Many of them had received a warning from Sea God Palace. At this moment, their backs were soaked in sweat and stuck to their bodies. However, these seafolk were in no mood to care. Their hearts were filled with rejoicing and lingering fear. Fortunately, they did not act rashly. Otherwise, the ones who would have died would have been them. This Qin Yu was truly terrifying. On the other side, the battle between Shuizheng and the two sea race powerhouses had already come to an end. The two sea race powerhouses retreated unwillingly after paying the price of being riddled with scars. Of course, Sang Yu's death was a powerful blow to their minds. Shuizheng gasped for breath. He looked up to reveal his pale face, but his eyes were as bright as ever. What left one with the deepest impression was the blazing fighting spirit within them. It was as if no matter how difficult the situation was, nothing could make him lower his head and give up. He grinned. It looks like Priest Qin really didn't need me to do anything. But I still managed to send away those two people, so you must remember that you owe me a favor. If there is a chance in the future, you must return it to me. This was still no joke. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He suddenly thought of Xing Zhongxiu. This inexplicably close friend of his had once given birth to a connection with him in the future, and he even felt that he was extremely important to him. Thus, Qin Yu had helped him again and again, giving him a great stroke of good fortune, all for the sake of the future. Perhaps today's Shuizheng had the same thoughts as he did in the past. Thinking of this, Qin Yu smiled. Don't worry, my memory has always been good. Then, let us meet again in the future. He turned and strode forwards. Shuizheng's heart skipped a beat. At some point, he felt as if his hidden thoughts had been discovered. But, he clearly hadn't said anything, so how could Qin Yu know? As he was thinking, he saw a large group of people rush out, accompanied by all sorts of voices. Hello everyone! Moon Worshipping Channel 2's News Gathering Department is currently broadcasting live. I am your host, Little C. Today, we will risk our lives to report the entire journey of Priest Qin Yu's departure. This is the most wonderful battle of the year. I ask that you do not miss it. Friends in the audience, Sang Yu died just now. I don't have time to explain too much, so if you don't know Sang Yu's identity, please look it up yourself. If you didn't see the wonderful scene just now, then don't worry. Our moon-worshipping Channel 7 has added a replay function. As long as you spend a bit of spirit stones, you can watch the battle in high definition. I am Coolness from the audio department. Today, I will be chasing after Priest Qin Yu's elegance the entire time. I ask that you do not change channels, cough cough, hurry, catch up, don't panic, hurry. Shuizheng was stunned for a moment before he couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, the most courageous people in the world were these people. But this was also good. At the very least, he could find out whether or not Qin Yu could leave Moon Praying Shrine. Shuizheng ignored the frightened eyes of others. He dragged his wounded and blood-stained body to a giant billboard on the street. He lightly said, "Tell them to connect to the live broadcast." The wolf cavalry quickly left. Soon, the image on the billboard changed to one of rushing and swaying, as if there were two figures entangled in it. As the signal gradually stabilized, the image became clear. It really was a battle. Qin Yu's opponent was a thin and middle-aged seafolk. It was unknown what arcane technique he cultivated, or if he was born this way, but his skin, flesh, and bones were as hard as iron and stone. In a battle with Qin Yu, he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. Moreover, what was most terrifying was that this person's entire body was covered in poison. As soon as one touched it, it would invade the body through the skin. Shuizheng's eyes widened. It was poison eel. As the commander of the Wolf Riders, he had an extremely high status in Moon Praying Shrine. Shuizheng could easily identify the majority of famous powerhouses from all over. Poison eel was one of them. He came from an ordinary eel race, but for some unknown reason, his body had undergone a mutation and he possessed an extremely terrifying poison. When he was born, he poisoned his parents to death. Without a doubt, this sort of mutated and harmful offspring would have been quickly executed. But, for some unknown reason, Poison Eel managed to survive. He lived in the eel tribe where he was born for 20 years. Then, one day, he poisoned hundreds of his fellow tribesmen to death and vanished from sight. When he reappeared, it was over 100 years later. Poison Eel had reached nascent soul and killed everyone in his tribe. From that point on, Poison Eel's reputation gradually spread out, and as time passed, it became increasingly resounding. The crowd cried out in alarm from time to time. It was clear that Poison Eel was even more famous than Sang Yu and more seafolk recognized him. This was another powerful character that had appeared today. As the video played, sound began to spread out. Although it was filtered and condensed by the array formation, it was still incomparably noisy, and only a vague outline could be heard. Qin Yu was speaking. "This chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page. You are indeed unqualified." Everything else was unclear, but these words were particularly clear. Then, the surrounding crowd fell silent. They recalled the words that Qin Yu had said to Sang Yu before he fought him. "I wonder if using you to establish my might is enough?" At this time, facing the powerful and terrifying Poison Eel, Qin Yu actually had such thoughts. "Priest Qin Yu, aren't you looking down on me too much? Be careful that you don't capsize." But soon, they realized that the reason Priest Qin Yu dared to be so arrogant was because he had confidence. In the video, Poison Eel grabbed Qin Yu's shoulder, his face fierce and smug. Across from him, Qin Yu grabbed his hand, black energy tumbling around his face. "You've been poisoned by me. Give up, you will die." Impossible. This is impossible." Poison Eel twitched as he fell to the ground. Blood flowed out from every orifice of his head. His death was as miserable as it could be. Moreover, it was clear that he had died from poison. But the crux of the matter was that his entire body was covered in poison. How could he have been poisoned to death? Although the close-up shot that the cameraman had given them was a bit disgusting and frightening, many seafolk still found this scene hilarious. But there were many people who didn't think this was funny. Rather, a cold chill rose from the depths of their hearts. In a contest of souls, he had killed Sang Yu, and then in the blink of an eye, he had used poison to kill Poison Eel. Everyone couldn't help but think, was there anything Qin Yu couldn't do? The Lord Priest sighed. He was even more certain of his own speculations. Qin Yu absolutely had the remnant soul of an ancient powerhouse hidden within his body. This was the only reasonable explanation for everything that had happened. What a lucky boy, one that left others envious. TSK, Sang Yu and Poison Eel, those two fellows could be considered quite strong, but they had been killed on the spot in a short period of time. This should be enough to establish his prestige. Perhaps no one would dare to do anything to him again. The favors that Moon Praying Shrine had given out should have been reaped now. As the Lord Priest thought of this, he was secretly gratified. Poison Eel has been poisoned to death. Everyone, yes, this is the truth. It is happening right in front of our eyes. Heavens, this is too inconceivable. Poison Eel was once called the most poisonous creature in the sea region. Even the sea scorpion race that is famed for their poison cannot compare with him. But now, he has been poisoned to death. This is simply unimaginable. We have no idea what happened, but there is one thing we can be sure of. Priest Qin Yu's strength has refreshed everyone's understanding of him once more. He has absolutely hidden his depth. No, perhaps it should be said that no one has ever truly seen through him. 2 powerhouses have already died beneath Priest Qin Yu's hands. I wonder if anyone else dares to make a move. We will do our best to continue the live broadcast for you. The hosts in the video channel were all incomparably excited. Their faces were flushed red with excitement. The audience watching this was even more astonished, and then they were extremely shocked. They thought, no wonder Priest Qin Yu dared to openly leave Moon Praying Shrine at this time. So he really did have the confidence to do so. Some people suddenly thought of how Qin Yu had intentionally targeted the whale monster race and forced the whale sovereign to leave. Could it be that what he was doing now was to draw out the whale sovereign to attack? As this horrifying thought appeared in their hearts, they were immediately frightened. They tried to deny it, but the more they denied it, the clearer this thought became, as if it had taken root in their hearts. The seafolk's eyes widened. They stared at the screen. If this was really the case, then a heaven-shaking battle was about to begin. Chapter 229. At the peak of an underwater mountain, the whale sovereign quietly stood there, his black armor filled with killing intent. Suddenly, his eyes flashed open and his lips curled up. This smile didn't destroy the cold aura around him. Rather, it rose to several levels, making one feel a chill rise from the depths of their hearts. Qin Yu, you want to kill me, but I also want to kill you. Let's see whether or not you can make it here today. The whale sovereign looked up. His long hair fluttered in the wind and a boundless aura broke out from his body, stirring up like an invisible hand. Deep in the sea, waves began to tumble. Boundless waves roared into the distance. In almost an instant, everyone for thousands of miles around could feel this terrifying aura that had suddenly appeared. Overbearing, oppressive, powerful, impossible to resist. Whale Sovereign, this was the Whale Sovereign. Shuijing fiercely stood up. He looked towards the source of this aura, his expression dignified. He knew that Qin Yu wanted to kill the Whale Sovereign, and the other party was issuing an invitation to Qin Yu. But this invitation was clearly filled with malice. The Lord Priest's eyebrows shot up, a bit surprised by the Whale Sovereign's caution. It seemed that this fellow had also sensed something. But he didn't know whether or not Qin Yu would accept it. Mr. Turtle had a dignified expression. He was well aware of what boundary the Whale Sovereign had reached. If he wanted to take advantage of the situation, Qin Yu would have no chance. Brat, you had best not let victory go to your head. Otherwise, not only will you fail to kill him, but you will also die today. Sangyaya gripped her fists, her face full of nervousness. She was well aware of just how much her big brother Qin Yu had prepared for today. But now, the Whale Sovereign had taken the initiative to issue an invitation, exposing his location. This was definitely a trap. Without time to think, Sangyaya took out a spirit shell from her chest. There was only a busy signal and she couldn't connect. Her eyes immediately turned red. Big brother Qin Yu, you mustn't be impulsive. Within Moon Praying Shrine, all of the live broadcast screens were shaking. One could hear the heavy breathing of the cameraman. It was clear he was carrying heavy equipment and was having a hard time running. But his efforts were finally rewarded. Amidst the cheers of joy, a figure appeared on the screen. It was Qin Yu. Although it was blurry, all of the seafolk recognized him at first glance. It was clear that Qin Yu had also discovered the reporter who had chased after them. He turned his head and glanced over, revealing a faint smile. Then, he turned and stepped forwards. His aura was the opposite of the Whale Sovereign's, and he exploded forwards. After a few flashes, he disappeared from the screen. But his choice was already very clear. Although the countless seafolk watching the live broadcast could understand this choice, they couldn't help but feel disappointment in their hearts. We're already halfway through taking off our pants, and you're just going to end it like this? The black-armored Whale Sovereign frowned, a bit of helplessness in his eyes. He thought that Qin Yu had painstakingly plotted this out, so his killing intent must be blazing. Who would have thought that he would leave so decisively? It was not a bluff, but a real decision to leave. If no one tried to stop him, he might really be able to escape. After all, the deaths of Sang Yu and Poison Eel had frightened the others. It seems like you don't have much confidence in yourself. What a pity. I have painstakingly planned this today. The Whale Sovereign took a step forwards. Countless shadows shot up into the skies from the rolling mountains below. If one looked carefully, they would discover that each shadow was a deceased whale monster soul. Their auras were cold and dreadful to the extreme. Surrounded by countless whale monster souls, the Whale Sovereign howled as he flew away. He grasped a bead in his hand, and within it was a figure sitting cross-legged. This figure was Qin Yu. A moment later, the camera equipment of a certain live broadcast platform captured a horrifying scene as it howled through the seawater. The black-armored Whale Sovereign and the dreadful whale monster souls that surrounded him were like a raging tide of destruction, filled with monstrous killing intent. Standing in front of the camera, the host's shocked expression turned to one of pain. He fell to the ground, his body wildly tumbling about as he withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In several breaths of time, all that was left of him was a skeleton that was twisted to pieces by the seawater. The camera equipment crashed to the ground. Although it was impossible to see what had happened, it was clear that the cameraman had suffered the same fate as the host. The camera equipment that fell to the ground still faithfully carried out its duty, clearly transmitting the image of the massive black shadows howling away into the distance. Countless seafolk paled and their bodies stiffened. They felt as if their blood would freeze over. Just what was this? Turtle Origin fiercely stood up. Whale monster soul refinement. His complexion paled. He actually brought something like this out. Brat Qin Yu, you better pray for your own good luck this time. The woman's complexion was dignified. Whale monster soul refinement. Sangyaya quickly turned around. Seventh Auntie, what is that? The woman said in a low voice, I never thought that the whale monster race would actually refine something like this. Aren't they afraid, miss? I fear that priest Qin Yu will be in danger this time. Sangyaya screamed, No, nothing will happen to big brother Qin Yu. At this time, there was only one person that was still filled with confidence. The Lord Priest sighed again and again. There's no need to mention the Whale Sovereign's strength, and he is also extremely cautious. He even brought out the greatest treasure of the whale monster race. But what a pity, he has to deal with Chinyu. I fear these whale monster souls can only be delivered to him as food. Wasn't this obvious? Chinyu had the remnant soul of an ancient powerhouse hidden within his body. The reason he was recklessly collecting soul beads was definitely to deal with him. Since he could swallow soul beads, there was no reason he couldn't swallow these whale monster souls. If he killed the whale sovereign as well, they would lose 2 of their trump cards. Perhaps the whale monster race, which had been strong for countless years, would never be able to rise again. Everyone knew that His Majesty in the capital city didn't like them for just a day or 2. The Lord Priest had an impulse to go over and take a look. But after hesitating again and again, he suppressed this thought. If he wasn't careful and was sucked in, his fate wouldn't be too beautiful. Just how old were they? It was best to be a bit less curious. The seawater was shaken apart by a formidable strength. Deep in the seabed, it formed a clear wave that spread into the distance. One could faintly make out a tall and straight figure. Suddenly, the wave stopped and spread outwards, forming a sweeping current that revealed Chinyu's figure. He turned around and looked behind him. A terrifying aura rapidly approached him, like an invisible mountain pressing down on him. Even breathing became difficult. Chinyu was expressionless. A cold light circulated in his eyes. He had caught up? Very good. Then, today, life and death would be decided. He turned around. Blood-red flames ignited around him, and he howled away. That's right, Chinyu had left again. But he wasn't running away. Rather, he was luring the whale sovereign over. They had both made preparations for each other. If the whale sovereign chased after him, then Chinyu's arrangements would come in handy. Even with his current strength, he still didn't have absolute confidence he could win. So, as long as he could increase his chances of victory, even if it was only by a tiny bit, he couldn't miss it. Blood escape. Chinyu's speed reached the extreme. A moment later, he appeared above a rift valley on the seabed. He stopped and turned to wait. Soon, there was a loud rumbling sound as a massive shadow rapidly approached. Before it arrived, a cold aura covered the skies, making one feel as if they had fallen into an icy lake. The whale sovereign stopped. He calmly said, "Chinyu, are you prepared to die?" Chinyu lightly said, "Perhaps the one to die will be you." "Oh, if you're so confident, it seems you've made many arrangements." The whale sovereign swept his eyes around. "Then, take it out. Let me see just what methods you have." Roar, roar, the whale monster refined souls roared out, their eyes filled with blood and slaughter. Chinyu's eyes turned cold. Good. As his voice fell, the aura of 20 nascent souls shot up into the skies from the seabed canyon. The whale sovereign narrowed his eyes. "I knew that since you created so many nascent souls, how could you not have done something in secret? It seems they are your trump cards. 20 nascent souls, what a great deal. But what a pity, they will all become blood food today. What a pity." He lifted a hand and the whale monster refined souls surged up. They stubbornly stared at the 20 nascent souls, their slaughter intent soaring to the heavens. "Now I will give you one final chance. Submit to me and you can live. Otherwise, you will be swallowed up by these refined souls, never to reincarnate." The 20 nascent souls paled. It was clear they were panic-stricken, but none of them wavered. The whale sovereign had no expression. "Then, I will send you on your way first." His palm fell and the whale monster refined souls howled out. Their bloodthirsty eyes were filled with excitement. The 20 nascent souls roared out. They lifted their hands and thrust forwards, their nascent soul cultivations completely erupting. But their target was not the refined souls, but the whale sovereign. Chains appeared out of thin air. They were deep blue and howled out. "Monster refining chains." The whale sovereign frowned. This was a supernatural ability possessed by the sea monster royal bloodline, and now it had appeared here. Could it be that the capital city was behind today's events? But, even if the capital city interfered, with his current cultivation and the whale monster refined souls he had brought with him, exterminating Qin Yu and these nascent soul seafolk shouldn't be difficult at all. Bang! A wild aura erupted. It was like an invisible sphere that protected the whale sovereign within. The monster refining chains wildly contracted around him, but they weren't able to touch him at all. Like this, the might of the monster refining chains was reduced by more than half. It could only temporarily trap the whale sovereign. But to Qin Yu, this was more than enough. When he created these 20 nascent souls, he didn't have any intention of using their hands to kill others. When it came to his enemies, he had to personally kill them. Only then would he be happy. But right now, the most urgent matter was to eliminate these whale monster refined souls and cut off one of the whale sovereign's arms. He lifted a hand and grasped forwards. A wood attribute magic sword appeared and he slashed out. Bang! The sword point shot out. Dazzling lightning erupted, turning into a thunder dragon that roared towards the whale monster refined souls. This wood attribute magic sword was refined with sky thunder bamboo as its material. It had both wood and thunder attributes to begin with. With Qin Yu's current cultivation, the might of the power of thunder far surpassed what it had been in the past. The whale monster refined souls immediately cried out in pain. No matter what kind of departed soul it was, the power of thunder was its greatest nemesis. Even though the whale monster refined souls were incomparably formidable, they still weren't immune to it. But just by relying on the power of thunder, he could only wound them. He had no way of harming their foundations. The eyes of the enraged whale monster refined souls turned blood red. They stubbornly glared at Qin Yu and roared as they rushed forwards. A dense black mass tore through the layers of lightning, the chill terrifying the soul. Chapter 230. Qin Yu remained expressionless. A beam of black light shot out, breaking into the whale monster refined souls. Puff, puff. The sound of tearing filled the air. The crazily rushing whale monster refined souls emitted pained howls. Countless wounds crisscrossed across their bodies, and some sort of gelatinous black substance flowed out. As it touched the air, it rapidly thickened and fused together, turning the whale monster refined souls into a swamp. But it was clear that this wasn't able to stop the 100 nether sword. Its pitch-black sword blade was like the most agile fish in the deep sea. It avoided the vast majority of the thick rubber, and as for those that couldn't be dodged, it was instantly cut apart. Howling light flashed. In front of it, the whale monster refined souls were like fish on a chopping board, unable to resist at all. The whale sovereign was enraged. He had seen this black short sword before, but he never imagined that it would possess such a terrifying might. Moreover, it seemed as if it could restrain the power of refined souls. It had to be known that these whale monster refined souls were refined using extreme methods, and they possessed a horrifying ability to pollute. Once a magic tool was contaminated by them, their spirituality would be eroded away, and they would be scrap. But this black short sword clearly didn't fear this. It cut through the whale monster refined soul as if it were chopping vegetables. Get lost! The whale sovereign roared. The monster refining chains instantly tightened, emitting a sound that made one's scalp tingle, as if they would break in the next moment. The 20 nascent soul stage cultivators let out muffled groans. Their faces turned pale and blood flowed out from the corners of their mouth. With his strength alone, he had resisted 20 nascent souls as well as the power of the monster refining chains. The whale sovereign was truly terrifying. But before today, the 20 nascent soul cultivators had received their orders. They all spat out a mouthful of blood essence, and within the azure demon refining chains, several dark red lines of blood appeared. They wriggled like meridians. The entire demon refining lock began to emit a faint blood-red light, and the void began to emit a corrosive sound. Facing the all-out attack of 20 nascent souls, the whale sovereign's powerful attack was forcefully contained. Qin Yu glanced over, his expression cold and indifferent. He lightly said, "Begin." Within the soul space, Spirity sat down cross-legged. Her expression was solemn as she formed law formulas with her hands. Soul snatching technique, activate. A strange suction force suddenly emitted from Qin Yu's body. The whale monster refined souls roared out in fear, struggling to escape. The 100 nether sword wildly attacked, tearing apart their bodies. The gelatinous substance that gushed out rapidly evaporated, turning into a gray aura that flew towards Qin Yu's head. Then, it was divided into 2 parts, black and white. The black was thick like ink and the white was pure like snow. Qin Yu took a deep breath. The white fog scattered and entered his body through his nose and mouth. Then, starlight began to sprinkle down from his soul space, as if a heavy snowstorm was falling down. Half of the snowflakes rushed towards Qin Yu's soul and were directly absorbed, turning into a warm current. His soul was so happy that it nearly moaned. Roar, roar, the whale monster refined souls were even more terrified. But they discovered that there was no way for them to escape. They could only stiffly stay where they were, allowing their strength to be plundered. Thus, the roars became more frantic and fearful. The general idea was as follows: Whale Sovereign, hurry and save us. Bastard, these people here are your elders. Hurry up and get over here. If we die, you won't have it easy either. Of course, this was only his imagination. But the Whale Sovereign's rage had already been thoroughly ignited. He roared out loud and a monstrous light flashed. What appeared in front of him was a giant whale that was over 1,000 feet long. The monster refining chains instantly exploded and 20 nascent souls were sent flying away. They wildly vomited blood. It was clear they had suffered heavy injuries. But the Whale Sovereign didn't come without paying a price. Countless faint marks appeared on the surface of his giant body. But what was terrifying was that the monster refining chains that were embedded within them had shattered. As the chains vanished, they began to wildly corrode his flesh and blood, causing the marks to rapidly expand and reveal the crimson flesh underneath. Thick flesh and blood flowed down from the wounds. The Whale Sovereign's eyes were icy cold, without the least bit of pain, as if these wounds weren't on his body at all. The giant whale fiercely swung its tail. Its massive body tore through the seawater, rolling forwards like a mountain. Qin Yu lifted a hand. A finger appeared. Immediately, the depths of the seabed darkened, as if it had turned into a graveyard. Countless phantoms appeared beneath this gloomy aura, so dense that it was hard to count them all. Each one of them was a life form that had been buried in this sea region. From ancient times until now, there had only been such a terrifying number of them. All of a sudden, these phantoms turned into thick and thin streams of gray air that quickly flew into the finger. The finger immediately turned dark gray. Moreover, as more and more phantoms poured into it, the color deepened until it gradually transformed into darkness. It was like it had come from the netherworld, carrying with it endless slaughter. 3 blue fingers, the second finger, blue spirit. This finger was part of the boundless blue finger. It could summon heroic spirits that wouldn't scatter between the heavens and earth for their own use. After refining the soul mushroom and obtaining a partner soul, the strength of his soul had doubled. Only then did he have the qualifications to use this finger. The blue spirit finger instantly vanished. When it appeared again, it was already in front of the giant whale, pointing towards its head. Roar, the giant whale roared. Invisible sound waves shook outwards. The blue spirit finger violently shook and cracks appeared on its surface. But in the end, it broke through and pressed between the giant whale's eyebrows. Puff, a shallow black hole appeared. With the giant whale's 1,000-foot body, this couldn't even be considered a wound. But it emitted an incomparably pained roar, and its eyes instantly turned blood red. The blue spirit finger summoned undying heroic spirits to attack. What it targeted wasn't flesh and blood, but the soul. What the giant whale was withstanding now wasn't a wound between its eyebrows, but a similar wound on its soul. This finger had wounded its soul and shaken its foundation. Of course, Qin Yu also paid a price. After the giant whale's sound waves impacted him, his eyes dimmed and his face paled. But he didn't take half a step back. He lifted a hand, and the black fog that had separated from the plundering whale monster refined souls condensed into a blade that instantly cut down. The giant whale struck out with a great wave that roared and swept outwards. But, no matter how much strength it contained, it still couldn't stop the blade formed from the black fog. It was like a shadow that rose up from the waves. Shwa, the giant whale, returned to its human form. It was the whale monster sovereign. A soul attack. It was actually a soul attack. That finger from before could barely be considered as a soul attack. But this blade was a true soul attack technique. The road of soul slaughter could only be grasped by someone with a nascent soul cultivation and above. Even if he had only touched upon it, how could Qin Yu use it? But thinking about this was useless. A supernatural soul slaughter ability could only be resisted with the strength of the soul. Otherwise, no matter how transcendent one's magic power or cultivation was, they still wouldn't be able to resist it at all. The whale monster sovereign clenched his teeth. He lifted a hand and slapped between his eyebrows. Above his head, the phantom of a 10-foot-long whale appeared. There was a bloody hole between his eyebrows. This was his soul. Qin Yu! The whale monster sovereign roared. His soul beckoned, and the whale monster refined souls flew over uncontrollably, blocking in front of him. Puff! The black fog blade instantly cut through. The first whale monster refined soul was smashed to pieces. Then, there was a second, a third, until there were 10. Only after 10 whale monster refined souls did the blade stop. After they died, the fog they left behind began to crazily gather towards Qin Yu. The black fog continued to separate and condense once more. The whale monster sovereign roared and rushed forwards. It was impossible for him to give Qin Yu another chance to send out a soul attack. His cultivation erupted to the limit and killing intent surged in his eyes. But beneath this brutal killing intent, there was also a trace of fear. When he had chased Qin Yu out of the capital city, he had withstood a terrifying beam of light that fell from the heavens. No matter how Qin Yu obtained the favor of the sea spirit, this was his trump card. The whale monster sovereign had already finished his preparations to resist the strength of the sea spirit. He was just waiting for Qin Yu to attack. But in the end, what he waited for wasn't a beam of light that fell from the heavens. Rather, Qin Yu flicked his sleeves and took out 600 swamp alligator teeth, refining them into a complete set of magic tools. This was the strongest strength that Qin Yu had grasped. From the day he refined it, he had a vague idea, and now it had finally become clear. He would use it to sound the final death knell of the whale monster sovereign. Bang! The 600-plus magic tools shot out at nearly the same time. Ah! Block it for me! The whale monster sovereign roared. The black armor covering his body began to shine with countless runes. Boundless black light erupted, condensing into an illusory armor that wrapped around him. This was a method that the whale monster sovereign had prepared in order to resist the strength of the sea spirit. But now he couldn't care about this. There were over 600 magic tools in this set, and there might reach an inconceivable level. If he didn't draw support from the black armor, he might die here. Die? This was the first time that this thought had appeared in the whale monster sovereign's mind. Before this, no matter what happened, he had absolute confidence that he could kill Qin Yu and have the last laugh. But just as this thought appeared, it was ruthlessly crushed to pieces. The whale monster sovereign's eyes were filled with madness and cruelty. He didn't believe that with his terrifying cultivation that had nearly touched upon divine soul, he would be killed by such a little insect. Rumble, rumble, a heaven-shaking and earth-shattering sound rang out like rolling thunder in the deep sea. The seawater was shaken up, tumbling about and forming terrifying waves that rushed into the distance. Then, the scope of the shock wave expanded outwards at an astonishing speed. In the rapidly speeding undersea shuttle, several seafolk carrying camera equipment widened their eyes in panic. Then, they were sent flying away by the rushing seawater. The sturdy body of the shuttle twisted and bent in the terrifying seawater. The members of the oceanic race, who were hiding in it, all let out muffled groans and fainted. Thus, in Moon-Praying Shrine, nearly all live broadcasts were cut off. Staring at the white snowflakes on the screen, countless seafolk widened their eyes, incomparably shocked. This was because before the images were cut off, they could hear the pained groans of the shuttle as it twisted and deformed. It had to be known that this sort of undersea shuttle was something that only battalions had the qualifications to equip. Even if it was an old product that had been eliminated, it was only a bit slower, but its defensive capabilities were still incomparably powerful. In the rumors, even a nascent soul would find it difficult to break through a shuttle in a short period of time. But now, just the shock waves caused by the massive waves were able to instantly deform the entire shuttle. If so, then when the two of them truly collided, just what degree would their might reach? Just thinking about it left one's scalp tingling and their thoughts in knots. Big Brother Qin Yu. Sang Yaya clenched her fists, her face filled with nervousness. Turtle Origin's eyes widened. Even he never imagined that Qin Yu would possess such formidable strength. Within Sea God Palace, the Lord Priest clapped his hands, his face filled with excitement. The ancient remnant soul has attacked. That's right, he has attacked. Chapter 231. This was a refining method of the demonic path, one that believed that quantitative change would eventually lead to qualitative change. This was a treasure refined from over 600 swamp alligator teeth. Its might truly surpassed one's imagination. For several miles, all of the seawater exploded, turning into endless white powder. Of course, this was only a description from the surface, but it was enough to shake one's soul. The boiling seawater displayed an incomparably terrifying destructive power. Anything that fell into it, even an entire mountain, would be torn to pieces. This was already proven by the collapsing rift at the bottom of the sea. With a loud rumbling sound, everything collapsed, turning the deep valley into flat land. After a long time, the white powder that the seawater had turned into finally began to recede, revealing the distressed figure of the whale sovereign. His face was pale and his black armor hung in tatters on his body. Countless wounds crisscrossed his body, and blood dripped down from the broken armor before being swept away by the seawater. There was a gash on his face, starting from the tip of his left eyebrow and slanting down to the corner of his mouth, all the way to his lower jaw. His flesh and blood were overturned and white bone could be faintly seen. He no longer had the arrogant and disdainful aura he had before. Qin Yu's eyes were ice-cold, without the least bit of warmth. The sea map above his head slowly unfurled. Countless islands were scattered all over, all of them shining like precious treasures. He lifted a hand and pointed a finger into the sea map. Where his finger fell, there was a black dot. In the next moment, a dazzling beam of light fell from the skies, tearing apart the endless seawater and submerging the whale sovereign. It was so fast that when Qin Yu's finger fell, the beam of light arrived in the space of a single breath of time. His finger fell, and the light came, but as fast as it came, it also left. As the islands on the sea map dimmed, the beam of light disappeared and the beam of light vanished with it. In the deep sea, a straight channel appeared, stretching from the seabed to the surface. It paused for a moment before seawater surged up, submerging this channel. Cough, cough, cough. The whale sovereign violently coughed. Yes, he hadn't died, but his appearance was extremely miserable. Most of his scalp had been torn off and his chest had been torn open. One could even see his struggling heart. He looked up at Qin Yu. He lifted a trembling hand and a light cracking sound came from his palm. Qin Yu stiffened. The whale sovereign chuckled. I never imagined that I would be forced into such a distress situation by you. I was even nearly killed by you. But in the end, the one who is laughable is still me. He opened his hand, revealing a broken bead in his palm. The figure within had also broken apart along with the bead, but one could still see that it was Qin Yu's appearance. His broken face was twisted in pain. I could have explained to you what this bead is, but you're too strange. I don't want you to turn the tables on me at the last moment, so I won't say much. Then let's end this. The whale sovereign walked over. His head had turned into the head of a fierce whale. It seemed rather strange on a human's body. He opened his mouth to reveal a mouthful of sharp teeth. Puff! The whale sovereign stiffened. He blinked his eyes, confusion filling his face. The pure white sword in Qin Yu's hand pierced through the jaws that were covered with fangs. The tip of the sword pierced through the top of the head, revealing a small section. Blood flowed down the snow-white blade, dyeing his palm red. I don't know what this bead is, but it's clear that it's useless against me. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with a cold light. Whale sovereign, let us never meet again. He exerted strength in his palm and the sword spun. Blood wildly gushed out like a waterfall, drenching Qin Yu's hair, dyeing his face red, and soaking his black robes. Roar! With an angry roar, the phantom of a giant whale appeared. It looked at Qin Yu with incomparable hatred in its eyes. Then, in the next moment, it blew itself up without hesitation. The whale sovereign had already touched upon the divine soul realm. Even if he hadn't made a breakthrough, his soul had already begun to transform. Thus, after his mortal body died, his soul could launch a final attack. Within his soul space, Qin Yu's soul suddenly opened its eyes. In the next moment, countless tiny cracks appeared on its surface, tightly weaving together. Spirity stuffily coughed. The point between her eyebrows split open and a dark red mark appeared, glistening with moisture. On the surface, it seemed that her injuries were much lighter than Qin Yu's soul. But the truth was that Spirity stuffily coughed and fainted. The partner's soul took its host as its master. When it resisted external attacks, the vast majority of the damage would be borne by it. Otherwise, if the whale sovereign's soul blew up, it would be enough to drag Qin Yu down with it. In the outside world, Qin Yu's complexion paled and his eyes darkened. Traces of blood began to flow out from his head and his body began to totter. At this time, a sudden change occurred. The blood that stained Qin Yu's sword hand suddenly faded, as if it were being absorbed. Following that, all the blood from the whale sovereign's corpse wildly gushed out, flowing down the sword blade and vanishing into his palm. A warm current rapidly spread through his body. This feeling of his mortal body cheering in comfort and his soul groaning in pain mixed together was truly indescribable. Qin Yu stood where he was, not willing to move at all. Time slowly passed. As the terrifying shock waves dissipated, although the seawater at the seabed was still tumbling, it had lost its all-destroying strength. All of the seafolk watching this battle widened their eyes. Was it over? Who was the final victor? Originally, this wasn't something too difficult to imagine. Just how powerful was the whale sovereign? It was only natural for him to win. But with that terrifying momentum just now and the absolute strength that Qin Yu had revealed, no one dared to lightly judge him. In particular, those seafolk masters that had received a warning from Sea God Palace to hold back. At this time, as they rejoiced, they felt even more gratitude towards the Lord Priest. Luckily, they hadn't done anything, otherwise they feared they would have died dozens of times over. Who could have imagined that Qin Yu, who originally only had a golden core cultivation, would become so freakishly strong in just a few years? But even though they were shocked, after a brief moment of hesitation, some people began to approach the area where the battle had erupted. Of course, they were careful as they prepared to flee at any moment. But every seafolk that approached held a bit of hope in their hearts. Perhaps the battle between the whale sovereign and Qin Yu would result in both sides suffering? Didn't that mean that they would have a chance to profit from the fight? Soon, the first seafolk to pass through the heavy waves and arrive at the center of the battle appeared. This was a thin black-clothed man. His face was covered with a veil, revealing only a pair of slender eyes that shined with a sharp light. He was first shocked by the horrifying scene at the seabed. But soon, his eyes fell onto Qin Yu and the whale sovereign. At first glance, the black-clothed man's mind shook. The whale sovereign had died. He had actually been killed. However, Qin Yu's condition didn't seem too great. He stood there stiffly, his aura nearly undetectable. Could it be that he had also died? Wild joy rose in the depths of the black-clothed man's heart. He licked his lips, endless greed erupting in his eyes. After a brief hesitation, the black-clothed man rushed out. Many people were hurrying over. He couldn't delay, otherwise this great lucky chance in front of him might fly away. Wealth came from danger. Taking risks wasn't anything at all, much less at this time when Qin Yu seemed to be in a perilous situation. If the heavens wanted him, if he didn't take it, he would suffer. He lifted a hand. Dark light circulated in his palm. The black-clothed man lifted his hand, about to strike Qin Yu's back. Even though it seemed that Qin Yu wasn't a threat at all, it was better to be cautious. If someone could kill the whale sovereign, one didn't need to be an idiot to know that they were a ruthless character. Perhaps they still had a single breath of life left. If he wasn't careful, he might fall into a trap. But just as he was about to attack, his body stiffened. Then, his chest exploded and a red sword pierced through his back. The sword blade blazed with flames, igniting the black-clothed man's corpse. It began to burn in the deep sea like a raging torch. Deep-sea flames. No matter how one looked at this scene, there was a deep strangeness to it. Thus, the second Seafolk Master's eyes widened and he hesitated. The whale sovereign was thoroughly dead. His head had been pierced through, and most importantly, there wasn't a single breath coming from him. It was clear he couldn't be deader than dead. The one that was burning was nearly cooked, and he was also thoroughly dead. There was only Qin Yu left. Although he didn't seem to be much of a threat, the one that was burning was clearly his handiwork. He was truly fierce. To kill the whale sovereign was already terrifying enough, but he still had the strength to kill others. If one didn't see this with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. The Seafolk Master's eyes turned. He flicked his sleeves and the temperature of the seawater rapidly dropped. In the blink of an eye, a black ice arrow condensed. Schwa without a sound, the black ice arrow tore through the seawater and shot towards the back of Qin Yu's head. Everything went smoothly. In just a blink of an eye, he would be able to witness the splendid scene of a head exploding into flowers. The Seafolk Master's heart suddenly shrank. The black ice arrow shattered and a black shadow howled towards him. He wanted to dodge, but his body froze. Puff, blood gushed out and a head shot into the skies. Then, the blood that gushed out from the neck froze over. The speed was so fast that it actually caught up to the head that flew out. Then, the following scene appeared. The headless corpse wildly spat out blood. After it froze over, it resembled red firework. The head hung above, its face filled with panic and fear. The ice spread, covering the entire body. Not too far away from the burning seafolk, another ice sculpture appeared. That's right, Qin Yu had indeed been injured. In particular, when the whale sovereign's soul exploded in the end, if it weren't for spirity blocking the majority of the impact, he would have already died. Even so, with his formidable soul cultivation, when he used spirit stab in conjunction with the 5-element swords, his attacks were still inconceivably sharp. This was why he was able to kill 2 people without even moving his body. More members of the sea race finally arrived. Burning corpses, frozen corpses, these 2 completely different strengths caused one's mind to race. In particular, the scene of the whale sovereign's jaw being pierced through caused a cold chill to crawl up from the hearts of all the seafolk. Qin Yu had won. He was actually terrifying to the extreme. It was already unimaginable that he could kill the whale sovereign, but even though he was severely wounded, he could still kill 2 more. It was hard to recognize the one who was burning, but it was clear that the one who was frozen was a master of the South Mountain tribe. As everyone was hesitating, Qin Yu moved. He slowly drew out his sword. The whale sovereign's corpse seemed as if it had been dried out for countless years. It quietly disintegrated into powder that was swept away by the seawater, vanishing without a trace. Qin Yu turned around. His movements were slow and stiff, as if his mind and body weren't in harmony. This scene caused the eyes of many seafolk to brighten. Chapter 232. He's injured. It was unknown who spoke first. Although his voice wasn't loud, it spread through the seawater and entered the ears of all the seafolk. Qin Yu sighed. His eyebrows furrowed together, as if he were helpless. Human Qin Yu has killed the cornerstone of my sea races, the whale sovereign. We cannot let him leave. That's right, we must keep him here, otherwise where will the prestige of my sea races go? Everyone attack together. Let's see if he really has 3 heads and 6 arms. The crowd roared, their emotions roused. Qin Yu turned his head and looked at the sea race expert in the crowd. His face was flushed red, and the wound between his eyebrows was swollen with blood. Whoosh! There was the sound of breaking air. In the next moment, blood splashed into the air. The sea race master who had been making the most noise fell backward. His chest and abdomen had been torn apart. A terrifying strength instantly extinguished all life. There was a deathly silence. Qin Yu's eyes darkened. He coughed several times. That's right, I am indeed severely wounded. But, believe me, before I die, I will always have a way to drag some people to the grave with me. He pointed a finger. You. Of course, it could be anyone else. Any one of you could. Will you let me leave peacefully, or will you gamble that you won't die? Make your choice. The sea race master's complexions were uncertain. They certainly weren't willing to let Qin Yu leave, but if they really wanted him to stay, there was a great difference between seeing someone die with their own eyes and seeing it later. Qin Yu had already proven that he still had the strength to easily kill others. Hand over the whale sovereign's storage magic tool, and I can let you leave. Whoosh! This sea race powerhouse, who clearly had some prestige, had his head separated from his body before he could finish speaking. Blood spurted out with piu sounds. Qin Yu struggled to say, I'm sorry, but I won't leave anything behind. Does anyone have any objections? In the current situation, he couldn't show the least bit of weakness. Otherwise, these seafolk would take an inch and take a yard. Finally, they would turn into greedy wolves that would gnaw at him until not even his bones remained. The complexions of the sea race masters changed. There was anger in their eyes, but there was also a bit of dread. If Qin Yu dared to recklessly kill people, it was clear he still had strength to spare. If he truly went all out, many people would die, and they might even be among them. If things continued to develop like this, then perhaps Qin Yu really might be able to shake off all the sea race masters and escape from their encirclement. But there were always accidents. There were also some seafolk that weren't afraid of death. For instance, the whale monster race masters. Although the Lord Patriarch had declared that he had nothing to do with the whale monster race, and even strictly ordered them not to meddle in this matter, the whale monster race couldn't just stand idly by. After an urgent discussion, the whale monster race sent out a formidable team of 5 nascent soul powerhouses. They concealed their tracks and secretly hurried to Moon Praying Shrine. They were well aware that with the Lord Patriarch's temperament, once he was forced to this step, he would absolutely not allow Qin Yu to leave alive. The facts proved that they understood the whale sovereign and their judgment was correct. But the result was completely different from what they had imagined. The Lord Patriarch had died. Not only that, but also how the whale monster races and had was the whale, the greatest, the Uzes. After confirming this result, all of the whale monster clansmen paled. They were well aware that the decline of their tribe was inevitable. But this decline was also divided into levels. If they could kill Qin Yu here and avenge the whale sovereign, Then with this momentum, perhaps the whale monster race would have a chance to struggle at death's door and rise again in the future. Otherwise, if they allowed Qin Yu to swagger away, he would lose all of his essence, energy, and soul. Everyone would kick a man when he was down, and the whale monster race would be beyond redemption. Thus, the whale monster clansmen attacked. Their eyes were filled with madness and determination. Even if they all died here, they would drag Qin Yu down with them. Qin Yu! With a hateful roar, the first whale monster master rushed out. He returned to his original form and slapped the seawater, causing massive waves to rise up, his aura billowing outwards. Puff, its flesh was torn apart and blood gushed out. A deep cut appeared between the whale's eyes. Flesh and bone were separated, and blood flowed out, mixed with a muddy white paste. Kill him! Avenge the patriarch! But this didn't frighten those behind. More whale monsters rushed out, all of them returning to their original forms. There were at least several dozen of them. The surrounding seafolk masters were overjoyed. Even if Qin Yu still had strength left over, these whale monsters would be more than enough to consume what little strength he had left. At that time, they would naturally have a chance. This was simply too wonderful. They praised the whale monster race, praised their noble spirit of sacrificing themselves for others. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. Right now, he had the strength to kill 4 or 5 more people. If these whale monsters all rushed at him, there really wasn't much he could do. However, waiting for death wasn't something he could do. Even if he couldn't escape, he still had to go all out and kill a few more people. For instance, his right index finger. In these past years, the little blue lamp had injected countless poisons into it. Qin Yu hadn't been willing to use it, and if he really did die, he would explode it. That would definitely cause many people to bleed from every orifice and die miserable deaths. Stop! With a cold shout, an old turtle appeared. Its thin body stood straight and its wretched face was filled with dignity and dignity. Turtle Origin flicked his sleeves. Giant waves rose up from the seabed, blocking the whale monsters and forcing them back. Turtle Origin, what are you doing? An old whale spoke in the human language. If you stop us from taking revenge for our patriarch, we won't rest until we die. Today, no one can stop us. Not only was the whale monster race enraged, but the various seafolk powerhouses that were singing praises in their hearts were also thoroughly enraged. What do you mean? What do you mean? We just saw a glimmer of hope, and you want to destroy it? Even if you are Turtle Origin, this is too much. Turtle Origin, it's best if you don't interfere in today's matters. This was someone who maintained his status, his tone dignified. Dao friend Turtle, as a human, there is no need to provoke so much trouble. This was someone who pretended to be calm and spoke up to advise him. Senior Turtle, you are the cornerstone of the sea region. Are you really going to allow this human to act as he pleases in front of my sea race? This was a sanctimonious and righteous display of pressure. Turtle Origin had no expression. Qin Yu is someone that His Majesty wants. If anyone touches him, that is the same as becoming enemies with the capital city. The old whale flew into a rage. Turtle Origin, even if His Majesty comes here today, he won't be able to save this man. Children, follow me and kill him to avenge the patriarch. Bang! The seawater violently exploded. With loud rumbling sounds, it rushed into the distance. A mountain-sized turtle appeared deep in the seabed. It opened its mouth and ruthlessly swallowed. The old whale screamed miserably as it was wrapped up in seawater and pulled into the turtle's mouth. Creak, creak, blood gushed out from between its teeth and lips, dyeing the seawater red. The whale monster clansmen were stunned, and so were the various sea race powerhouses. No one imagined that Turtle Origin's reaction would be so cruel and bloodthirsty. He had directly eaten up the strongest of the whale monster clansmen, the old whale monster. Gulp, the large turtle raised its neck, the sound of swallowing becoming incomparably clear. Its icy cold eyes swept around. Defying His Majesty's will is the same as plotting treason. I have the qualifications to punish you on behalf of His Majesty. I am old and have been a vegetarian for many years, but occasionally eating a few bites of meat to supplement my nutrition might not be bad. This was a naked death threat, and the key point was that this old turtle had the qualifications to threaten them. Even such an amazing existence like the old whale had been swallowed up in a single bite. If it were them, they feared they would die even faster. Moreover, looking at Turtle Origin's actions, it seemed he was determined to capture Qin Yu. If he tried to stop him, then if he really angered His Majesty in the capital city and was charged with the crime of deceiving the ruler, there would be no end to future troubles. The old turtle turned its head and coldly said, "Qin Yu, come with me." Qin Yu cupped his hands together. "If so, then I'll have to offend you." He stepped onto the turtle's back. The large turtle turned and swung its limbs. The seawater surged and lifted him away. A moment later, after determining that no one was chasing after him, Qin Yu was sent flying away. The large turtle vanished and turned back into human form. Turtle Origin looked Qin Yu up and down. Fellow Taoist, Qin Yu's methods are truly amazing. You even managed to kill off the whale sovereign. I admire you. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. I was just lucky. I don't deserve Senior's praise. Don't call me Senior, it grates on my ears. Compared to the whale sovereign, I am a bit weaker. If you can kill him, then there is no need to mention me. These words were mocking and taunting, but they were also earnest. Strength represented status. Right now, Qin Yu already had the qualifications to stand on equal footing with him. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. All right, enough nonsense. Let's hurry. Turtle Origin flicked his sleeves and wrapped him up. Then, they howled forward. Soon, a large ship appeared in front of them. The members of the capital city's war division were waiting for them. As they saw Turtle Origin arrive, they all bowed. As their eyes fell on Qin Yu, they were filled with shock and awe. Killing the whale sovereign, just this alone was enough to obtain their respect. Set sail immediately. If someone catches up to us again, things will become troublesome. The old turtle waved his hand. It was clear he wasn't as confident as he seemed. The ship soon set sail, heading straight for the capital city. Before Qin Yu could ask anything, he was sent to a cabin to recuperate. His soul injuries were severe, so he went into seclusion. He swallowed and refined the star pills in his storage ring to repair the damage to his soul. Unfortunately, even the top-grade pills that had been purified by the little blue lamp didn't have much effect on Qin Yu's soul injuries. They could only barely suppress the pain, but the surface of his soul was still covered in cracks. If he were to withstand another impact, he feared his soul would shatter. After the ship sailed for several days, Qin Yu opened his eyes. He let out a deep breath, a helpless look on his face. It seemed that if he wanted to repair his soul, he would need to draw support from a formidable external force. His eyes flashed and his thoughts raced. If the sea sovereign didn't hesitate to offend all sides and order the old turtle to forcefully take him away, then there must be a need. Without a doubt, the greatest possibility was that it was related to him crazily helping the sea folk cross tribulation these past days. Could it be that the sea sovereign was crossing tribulation? If this was true, then Qin Yu might be able to take advantage of this opportunity to put forward some appropriate requests. For instance, repairing his soul injuries. After all, his soul was damaged, so there might be dangers when he crossed tribulation. Of course, taking a step back, even if it wasn't the whale sovereign crossing tribulation, he would still have a chance to put forward his own request. Now, all he had to do was patiently wait. Chapter 233. There was a small interlude along the way. There was a knock on Qin Yu's cabin door, and the person standing outside was unexpected. Princess Lushy, it's been a long time. After a brief pause, Qin Yu smiled and spoke, his voice light and gentle. The princess had an indifferent expression. There is no need to enter. I will only ask you one thing. When father bestowed a marriage upon you, why did you refuse? Qin Yu cupped his hands together. My heart already belongs to someone else. I cannot destroy the princess' happiness just to live. Princess Lushi was stunned. She immediately frowned. Is what you say true? I can make a vow. Her eyes softened a little. Princess Lushi turned and left, sighing inwardly. The facts proved that her eyesight was excellent and the person she chose was outstanding. He was countless times more outstanding than anyone else her age. But why did they have to meet so late? Or perhaps it was better if they didn't know each other at all. The princess pursed her lips and vanished around a corner. The ship sailed through the deep sea, the waves tumbling about. The ship docked at the dock. Qin Yu stepped onto the deck and looked at the magnificent and miraculous undersea city in front of him, his expression calm. After disembarking the ship, Turtle Origin left. A group of people from the capital city escorted Qin Yu onto a carriage and into the royal palace through a side door. What happened next surpassed Qin Yu's expectations. He didn't need to look for an opportunity to request for Superman to personally deliver many soul-healing treasures. Qin Yu, rest well. If there is anything you need, feel free to ask. Although he hadn't interacted much with Superman, Qin Yu knew a little about his greedy nature. He was surprised. It seemed that His Majesty in the palace had a request for him, and it was quite important. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yu suppressed these thoughts. It was fine as long as he focused on recovering from his injuries. When the time came, he would naturally know what was going on. What Superman delivered were indeed extremely precious treasures of the sea region. Qin Yu borrowed the little blue lamp's power to hasten their growth, making them even more potent. Time quietly passed. Although the strength of these treasures was absorbed by his soul, the cracks on its surface didn't disappear. In the hall, Qin Yu opened his eyes. A bit of gloominess flashed in them before he bitterly smiled. Indeed, it was useless. The soul was the most mysterious existence in a cultivator's body. One needed to touch the divine soul realm or, like Qin Yu, possess a heaven-defying good fortune in order to do so. It was incomparably powerful, possessing all types of mysteries. However, once it was damaged, repairing it was unimaginably difficult. Moreover, what worried Qin Yu the most was that Spirity had been in a deep slumber ever since that day. Through their connection, Qin Yu could sense that her aura was constantly weakening. If this continued, Qin Yu was worried that Spirity would never wake up. Just how could he repair his soul and awaken Little Ling? As Qin Yu was distressed, His Majesty had finally made appropriate arrangements in the Grand Hall. He had already secretly cleaned up the many uncertain factors. Even if he failed to cross tribulation, the capital city's authority would be able to pass smoothly without widespread chaos. Call Qin Yu to see this solitude. Not long after this man with the greatest influence in the world, whose cultivation and status stood at the peak, spoke. Qin Yu was brought to the Grand Hall at the center of the royal palace. Raising his head to look at the towering aura, he immediately knew who he was going to meet next. Straightening his black robes, he pushed open the doors and strode in. The first thing he saw was the figure sitting on the dragon throne. He sat there quietly, and there was no powerful aura around him. Yet, he seemed to be the center of the world, causing people to feel reverence. Qin Yu greets Your Majesty. The Sea Sovereign opened his eyes, his expression calm. He was a dignified man. From the very start, he had never described his appearance. This was because with his status, there was no need to mention such things. Qin Yu, do you know that this solitude has been sitting on this throne for over 300 years without leaving? Qin Yu's heart shook and his eyes turned dignified. As the ruler of the sea race, I wield the highest authority in the world, and I control the lives and deaths of trillions of lives. It might seem like I have endless glory, but who knows of the hardships within? You've already seen the underground vine. It's my companion vine. If I hadn't transferred my power to it, I wouldn't have been able to live until today. But the feeling of having one's own cultivation base extracted is really not good. I believe that my will is tough, but I don't want to endure it any longer. Therefore, I hope that you can help me obtain freedom." The whale sovereign had an indifferent expression. He lowered his head and finally revealed the arrogance of a transcendent king. "This solitude must cross tribulation, break through the cage of my body, and obtain a new life. Qin Yu, are you willing to help this solitude?" Of course, this wasn't really a question. "If you don't believe me, why don't you try rejecting me?" Qin Yu bowed. "I will do everything I can." He paused for a moment and continued to say, "But, I will need to make some preparations for this. After all, if there is an accident, I cannot afford the consequences." "Good. This solitude will give you 3 days. Your Majesty, I still have something to say." He looked up. "It isn't that I have petty thoughts, but the truth is that the world is full of dangers. I have no choice but to consider things as soon as possible. I hope that your Majesty can give me a promise and allow me to leave once I smoothly cross tribulation." The sea sovereign nodded. "Very well, this solitude agrees. But, you must also agree to a condition. After you leave the sea region, you must never take another step into it for the rest of your life." Qin Yu bowed. "As your Majesty wishes." By controlling the method to cross tribulation, he could create a massive number of nascent souls. If he were to be used by someone, he would have the qualifications to stir up storms in the sea region at any time. At that time, his rule over the capital city would likely be greatly threatened. After reaching an agreement, Qin Yu respectfully bowed and left the Grand Hall. On the way to the capital city, he had already guessed that the sea sovereign might be crossing tribulation. He had communicated with the little blue lamp before. Although he didn't obtain a response, Qin Yu knew that the little blue lamp must have received his inquiry. Since it didn't refuse, it was clear that dealing with heavenly tribulation wouldn't be a problem. However, there was still a difficult problem. If he helped the sea sovereign cross tribulation, he couldn't do it like he did at Moon Praying Shrine. He couldn't let them fall into a deep sleep and use the medicinal efficacy to stimulate their cultivation and draw down heavenly tribulation. Then, what could he do so that he wouldn't expose the existence of the little blue lamp? This was the reason why Qin Yu said he needed to make some preparations. After returning to his dwelling, Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. The array formation in the Grand Hall revolved, isolating this place from the outside world. Light flashed in his hand and the little blue lamp appeared. He looked at it for several breaths of time and said, "I want to help the sea sovereign cross tribulation. This should be beneficial to you, but your existence cannot be exposed. So, I want to know, what method do you have to resolve this?" The little blue lamp had its own will. This was already proven. The little blue lamp gently trembled. The coral in the hall was still crimson red, indicating that it was daytime. But faint traces of deep blue surged on its surface. Then, like a bubble, it suddenly burst open and vanished from sight. Qin Yu was startled. He closed his eyes and a thumb-sized lantern appeared in his soul space. A blue light shot out, falling between Qin Yu's eyebrows and turning into a faint mark. It was blurry and constantly changing, making it impossible to see what it was. After a long time, he opened his eyes. His complexion was a bit complex. He sighed and finally revealed a smile. So it was only today that he had obtained the approval of the little blue lamp and become its true master. Perhaps this test had already begun when he inadvertently obtained the little blue lamp at the Eastern Mountain sect. It really wasn't easy at all. In the past, Qin Yu had tried to subdue the little blue lamp with just a few drops of blood. He had been far too naive. But no matter what, this was a wonderful thing, wasn't it? He thought that the next 3 days would pass in peace and quiet. But before long, a guest arrived at Qin Yu's palace. "Greetings, Lord Qin Yu." The one who spoke was a member of the capital city's war division. Qin Yu had seen him before on the great ship that had come to the capital city. Qin Yu frowned. "What do you want?" The War Division member respectfully said, "This subordinate has received orders to give the box to you. Time is limited and I cannot stay for long. There is something in the box that can help you dispel your doubts." The War Division member bowed once more and left. The box wasn't large. It was about twice the size of an adult's palm. The surface of the wood was covered in a thick layer of paste. It was clear that it was often played with by people, and was an ancient object. Qin Yu sensed it and didn't find anything wrong. Then, he flicked his sleeves and opened it. There were no traps, poison gas, or anything like that. It seemed he had been too cautious. Inside the wooden box was a long object wrapped in gray leather. Beside it was a jade slip. From its appearance, it didn't seem to be an object of the sea races. Rather, it had a bit of human style to it. Qin Yu reached out and took the jade slip. A halo of light flashed on its surface before it shattered into motes of light that rapidly condensed into a screen in front of him. A group of figures appeared in front of him. It seemed that somewhere, within an ancient and magnificent building, there was a hint of decay in its mottled appearance. But there was even more of a hidden background. "Lord Qin Yu, when you see this, it is clear that you have already received the gift we have passed on to you. This key is related to the secrets of the world. We have always believed that it is the key to helping the sea spirit awaken. You are the sea spirit's world walker. We have given you this key in hopes that you will be able to obtain some harvest." At the end of the screen, everyone lowered their heads, respectfully and sincerely bowing. The screen shattered. Qin Yu frowned. He recognized the person who spoke. He was one of the 4 priests that had managed the sea spirit baptism. But today, he and the 3 people beside him seemed a bit older. Looking at their clothes, these seafolk that appeared on the screen should be priests of the capital city. But the key question was, why did they say that he was the sea spirit's world walker? Qin Yu looked at the long gray leather rolled up in the wooden box. He took it out and unraveled it, revealing a square piece of jade. That's right, it was a rectangular square pillar. There were countless dents on its surface and even traces of flames burning it, as if it had experienced a great calamity. But it wasn't damaged at all. In particular, within this square jade, there was a key sealed inside. It was perfectly intact. Qin Yu had a dignified expression. He picked it up and carefully examined it. There were no signs of refining at all, so how had this key been placed inside? Or, could it be that this key itself had grown out from this square jade? But no matter what possibility it was, there was one thing he was sure of, and that was that this square jade wasn't an ordinary object. The key that the priests had given him must have played a great role. Thinking about it, it seemed that it was related to the secrets of the world as well as the sea spirit's awakening. Qin Yu didn't know what the world was, but he had already touched upon the strength of the sea spirit. This was absolutely a level that surpassed his boundary and imagination. Qin Yu grasped the key and his eyes flashed. Perhaps he should find a chance to ask the priests about this.